Square buildings with a moat, but when we can see them from above, there's these intricate cymatic patterns, and clearly you can see why we call them star forts, because they look like stars.
So here's one in Portugal, one of the star forts, the huge amount of terraforming around it. Amazingly, this one is still in pretty much pristine condition compared to the destruction of most of the ones you find today.
Piano notes. As you can see, these are all cymatic. A sharp, B, C, and they're all these cymatic shapes. These are cathedral windows, this line here. These are, rose windows, or all in cathedrals, and these are cymatic patterns, which are created through frequency, so either harmonics or intention. Down here we have, this is our DNA, so these are fractals or cymatic patterns of our DNA. This is what we get when it's good intention. We get these perfect, geometrical shapes, and when it's bad intention, we get this goop. So this is like a polluted river, and this is like a clean river. And so if we tie this back to the cathedrals that have got these windows, and they're connected to the ether with all these spires, and then what else do we have in cathedrals but these things called organs, right? And we have these things called organs in our body, and we just, the DNA, cymatic is the same as some frequencies in these windows. So
Bing bong.
What this is all looking like is these are healing factories, or not even healing, wellness, I guess, just to keep people well. They're pumping out frequencies.
If you really Google any city of the old world from the 1600s and back, and it will come up in these starfort shapes, and every single one is like Venice, and there's canals everywhere. Those were the highways of the time, but they were also so much more, with all of like this hidden technology, infrastructure, and buried history.
And you can see this one again, always these big cathedrals in the cities, but here's one of the stars, right, or batteries attached into the wall. And there's even another one of these more sort of irregular shaped ones out here, but they always have these stars attached, to these star cities. And again, the canals, and you can see this is a big island kind of thing as well. But the thing is with water's free energy. You float a boat, you use the current, right? The current.
How about the water wheel? What are water wheels? Water wheels are harvesting power. Electricity just as much as it was the physical power and mechanical power that they used out of it. What's to say that windmills and water wheels weren't actually...
It's like a slipping slide and Frank.
500 years ago.
This is a drawing.
And
this is
Frank.
New York City. Right?
It's
Battery
like
Park.
a slip and slide and Frank.
Because this is what was there.
It's like
battery.
slip and slide, Kitty and Frank.
All right, we are live. We have Campbell and we have the Dutch Sense. Mike, you are muted at the moment, though. Good day, Campbell.
Hello.
Hello, everybody.
Welcome. Thank you for being here. I feel very honored.
Very good to see you guys. And I'm recording at my end so I can play it back on my YouTube channel in a premiere. And you guys can come over to the chat room over on my YouTube channel, and we'll watch it back with thousands of more people and get it out on my main YouTube channel when it's all done here. So that'll be cool. That'll be great.
That'll be great.
Absolutely,
Yes.
brother. And will help bring in a little bit more understanding of such things as these star forts, the mega terraforming, and such things that's like the Grand Canyon even potentially could be lost, destroyed civilization, and that you've actually found that it seems a lot of the continents even are from a mega size to down, and that there's been many huge catastrophes in the past, and that's what you track, and have also deciphered the cycle of the energy patterns of the realm that we live in.
You're very kind in your assessment of what I have found. For those of you who've never seen me, I don't normally show myself on camera. Okay, I'm on here with these two guys, and they look way better than I do, just so you know. Man, oh no, it's really good to be on here, and we're going to talk about a few of the things that I found. I'll do a screen capture, and we'll show the indisputable evidence of giant structures that I found while searching earthquakes. The way it all started, and I will explain as we go along, how I found it, how I found you guys, how I found mud flood and Tartaria and all that, because starting about 3 years ago, I was clueless on all these topics, and I actually came across a music video of a guy playing drums, recent Tartarians, and I came across that by searching. I was searching for the ancient history of Greece. I was searching up these. Somebody had told me a legend of Zeus and Kronos and the gods of ancient Greece and tossing mountains. And they had these 100-handed creatures that were the size of mountains that could toss mountains. And those creatures fought with the Titans against Zeus and the gods. And they got tossed down to a place called Tartarus. And I was searching Tartarus, and up comes recent Tartarians drum guy, which then led me to Zertus and a bunch of videos by him who I'm like, what's this guy talking about? And that then led me to go look at things in a little bit different way on the shapes of things. And next thing you know, within a few months, I'm noticing earthquakes striking, and the earthquakes, as I zoomed in on them, I noticed were part of these Well, I'm not doing the Illuminati sign, just so everybody knows. I'm doing a
Just
diamond
showing.
shape, the Star Forge shape.
Illuminati confirmed.
Okay, it's this shape like that. Okay, it's a diamond shape, not the Jay-Z whatever. But I'm just doing that shape with my hand so you can see it. I'm not making any hand signals, guys, just so everybody knows. And the owl on my head is from Night Owl Seeds. Long story on that. Okay, I'm just getting that out of the way right now. But I will, if you don't mind, I'll turn on a display capture, and that will show you my whole screen here. This is going to show you everything, including the back end, whatever, but I don't care if anybody sees it, because we're going to jump right over to Google Earth, and I'll show you starting.
And sorry, shout out to Andreas Zertis, who we're actually live on the Zertis channel right now, and I sent Zertis a link, so he might join us if he wakes up, but probably won't in time, as we had a late one earlier before this. But yeah, it's funny how the world works, and that it was the topic of Titans, you said, and Tartarus, and then your first stream here, you met Mike and talked to Mike and all of his research on Titans, and it's just it brings back the actual real possibility that what we've been taught to believe as fictional legends of our histories were in fact the actual realities, and real histories are a lot closer to them, and that the Hopi legend, like the 5 realms where they go of the sun and of humanity, where one gets destroyed or goes underground, comes back up and stuff, but that it was like it went from the Titans or the turtles back to the Titans to the giants or the gods, Titans, giants, and then us, and then potentially even going into a new 5th age of the sun too, and that's a whole nother rabbit hole or portal or black hole, white hole, Dutch, that I want to go down with you too. Of is the sun white now, or is it now a white pulsar? Do you know anything of that, of the sun cycles and the changing of it? Have you heard
It's very interesting you mentioned that on the sun cycles and the white light and the sun, the light that the sun used to emit and that will apparently supposedly emit in the future. You know, when you were talking about the cymatics and the church stained glass and the leaded glass, the red glass, the blue glass, the different colors, that the sunlight is already known to have this effect. We already know vitamin D, and we already know vitamins, quote unquote, are contained in the sunlight itself, but it's just the inducing of that out of your body with the light, with the photons hitting your skin. All right, it brings, but vitamin D goes into your body that's produced on the surface of your skin from the reflecting of the photons. That's just with the light. Now, do I know if it's white or not? I can tell you that I've seen some videos on YouTube over the past few years showing the difference between what our sunlight used to look like, let's just say 20 years ago, and what our sunlight looks like now, and that it does appear to be whiter. And I saw some articles on that too in the mainstream media, but you know, I mean, yeah, mainstream media.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting point with stained glass, isn't it? You know, was that developed to change the color of the sun when it goes white? I don't know, random thought, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of talk about that, actually, about the white light with the church in particular, churches and
cathedrals and the holy, or just the sacred temples and energy points and palaces everywhere, and pyramids too.
What I've got on the screen here is, in case you guys, can you guys see it? Can you see the globe here on the screen? Okay, this is Antarctica. Okay, so for instance, here's Australia, here's Africa, here's South America. Now, I noticed that a series of earthquakes are striking up here, right next to our letter X, right up here. Now, when you look at the whole South Pole, or whatever you want to call this, look at it. I want you to see, well, I'm not going to tell you what to see, but I'm going to tell you the shape that is here. And I'm not doing pareidolia. This is physically in the plates. First of all, we have a spade shape. Now, it's not completed all the way. It's a spade shape, though. Okay, at the center, it looks like a spade symbol.
I see what you're saying there.
Okay, now, around the outside edges are the actual fractures of the plate boundary. And let me back it out just ever so slightly. Starting back here. Okay, we have the classic starfort pentagonal shape around the outside edge of all of the entire South Pole, going out to Australia over to the east, going out to Africa over to the west, and going up to the middle of the Indian Ocean, where it shoots out like a lightning bolt, out and going up to the north. Now, I'm going to explain this all to you, what I found. I measured this. I measured this from the far back south, and I'll show you it on Google Earth, so you know I'm not tripping just on my copy of Earthquake 3D, that it's all about orientation on how you view the Earth. You guys already know this looking at the geoglyphs around the planet and all the different things that you're finding. But when I look at it this way, now you can really see it on the plate. Do you see, first of all, I should ask, do you see it? Do you see
100%. And yeah, it's like those same angled bastion shapes of the starfort shapes and trigonometry, and that it's the exact same ones that you also have shown and demonstrated and measured throughout North America, and the massive starfort geometry there. And
here it is on the screen. Okay, I mean, you can see 1,000 different examples.
It's the trigonometry.
In Holland, but this is the shape we're talking about. Okay, so
Magnetic,
shape,
electrogravitic, magnetic,
sides of the
commando trigonometry.
This shape
UFO
around Antarctica itself with a spade symbol. Okay, now, you might think that I'm just seeing things or whatever, but now I'm going to take you over to Google Earth, and I know we're using the round Earth, whatever, but it doesn't matter because we're going to zoom into where it's flat. We're going to zoom into a view flat onto the Earth, so to speak.
Look at my magnetic levitation module saucer.
Oh, shit. This is California. Bring this back to north. And this is the way people normally look at California.
Digital magnetic levitation module.
Turn it sideways to see what we're talking about here. You don't really have to look too hard to see it, to see the same shape, and I will trace it out for you with my ruler.
Right?
It is the exact same shape as a starfort. It starts back here, goes up to here. It's about 125 miles exactly, almost 25, and then up to here. This is
you got to smoke that bing bong.
It's 300 miles long total, and it's in the topography of the mountains itself. These are mountains. These are not rivers. There are rivers that flow along them, but these are actual thousands of foot high mountains. I can move my mouse over. It goes up 1,500, 2,000 feet high. It's 300 miles long. Now, get this. In the middle of each one, and there's more than one. There's 3 of them going all the way up to the Washington State. There's 3 huge ones. There's a military base in the middle of each one where we launched nuclear bombers from this one, and they built a big X marks the spot in the middle of each one, too. I will show you at least 10 more examples of this, where there's a military base or U.S. government base built right in the middle pinnacle tip of one. This is 300 miles long. Look, guys, I'm measuring just straight back to the back end. Look where it goes back to.
Is that the Grand Canyon?
That's the Grand Canyon. Yes, sir. It's blown out on the back side.
It's like
on
literally
the back right
inverse features to the extremes on each end of it, and that at the intersections and tips of each of these angles are these energy nodes that now the military or the powers that be and highest technology are using their building their sites on.
Right. And now I can prove this. This is, at first I would understand people would be skeptical, but with Edwards Air Force Base in the middle, you might say we're just tripping. On the right side over here, right on this side of the starfort, or what I'll call a starfort, is Area 51 and the nuclear test sites. Here's the nuke test sites. And now the nukes tie in on this. I'll explain in a minute. The nukes. But here, these are all underground craters. Here's Area 51 right next to it. So on one side of this giant starfort, which it is, and it's symmetrical, and it's the same measurement on both sides. That's key to this, is that these are down to the mile on all sides, the same. Now on the west side, over here, is the U.S. Marines training base and bombing range called 29 Palms on this side, and where they store a bunch of nuclear material. So nuclear material, bombing range on this side, nuclear material, Area 51 and bombing range on this side. And in the middle pinnacle tip is Edwards Air Force Base. Now, over here, there's 2 more. They're harder to see, but they are there. And I have measured them in the topography, and I'll do it for you right now. going up to the north and back down to the south. It's a giant triangular shape. It's the old ocean that used to be in here. And on the back right side of it is Salt Lake City, the Big Depression. So on the back right side of one of them, we have the Grand Canyon. On the back right side of this one, which I will measure for you and show you, it's the same distance from the back to the front. Again, we're going 350 miles. At the pinnacle tip of this is another military base. This one is where we store nukes again. This is the Sierra Army Depot in the middle pinnacle tip of the second one. Now, there's a third one. It's easy to see. It's over on the far eastern side or the northern side. This is Washington State, Bend, Oregon. Here's the Puget Sound in Seattle. And here is our giant third part of the 300-mile-long star fort. And it has a giant crater at the backside. What's in the pinnacle tip?
And it's the same geometry as what you originally showed around the Antarctic.
I almost just sneezed in the microphone. At the pinnacle tip is not a military base, though. At the pinnacle tip of this one is the Facebook. Facebook and Apple data center is at the pinnacle tip of this one. And I'll turn on my label so you can see I'm not exaggerating. This really is the Facebook data center. See, Facebook data center, and zoom in, Apple data center. They've built their data centers in the middle of the third one up on the east side. So now that's three of them. 1, 2, 3. All three of them have a pinnacle tip, something in the middle, significant, and a blast outside on the back side. All three of them. Now, you'd have to say that that's coincidence with all three, with the military base in the middle of them. But there's another one, an even bigger one, and it's in the Midwest U.S. This gets into what I found, guys, and what my wife found. I'm looking at the Midwest like this. Here is St. Louis, Missouri, right here, where I live. And on this over here is the town of New Madrid, Missouri. You guys may have heard of the town of New Madrid from the Great New Madrid earthquake. Right here, town of New Madrid. So what I want to show you is the exact same shape in the actual mountains of Missouri pointing down to Oklahoma. And on the left side is New Madrid. On the right side is St. Louis. On the far right side, over here, Kansas City. And on the pinnacle tip, Muskogee, Oklahoma, and Tulsa, Oklahoma. On the left-hand side is Little Rock. We're built out at like a pentagon all the way around it. And this one is 300 miles long. And I'll measure it from back to front to show it to you. It's pointing somewhere, which I'll show to you in a second, but it's almost right down to the mile of the size of the ones over in California. Now, this is significant because on the left side here is New Madrid. And on the right side, here are the Cahokia Mounds, right across from St. Louis, right in here. They're directly across from downtown St. Louis. And I know I've got the map turned sideways, so I'll bring it in here and show you why the Cahokia Mounds matter. Here, let me get the Cahokia Mounds on here. First of all, here's downtown St. Louis. We go due east, and they are right in here along the train tracks. I don't have my place marks turned on. But anyway, okay. So why are the Cahokia Mounds significant? On the back, this is a giant 300-mile-long one.
Look at that.
Look at it, right? Wow. Right now, to seal the deal that this means something, we're going to zoom in on the back.
You can't unsee them. They're literally everywhere.
Look at this. Look at this. On the side of it, this one's huge.
Fractals.
And on the side of it is a tiny one that's it's tiny. It's 6 miles by 9 miles. And that's right here. And this is made of mountains. And I'll wait for the imagery to load because it looks like it's just tree clear cuts. But no, these are actual foothills. This goes up from 300 feet to 600 feet. It's 400 feet high almost. And it's exactly down to the mile, 6 miles by 9 miles. See 9 miles? Looks like a diamond, right? Okay, 9 miles, 9 miles, 6 miles, 5.9. I'm not doing it exactly. And 5.9 to 6. And now here's New Madrid. Here's the tiny star fort. Now right across the river, if I turn it this way, we go over here. Right over here, and this is the Ohio River where it comes down and meets up with the New Madrid. Go over to the east to the Ohio. And that gets in with what my wife found. But before we get into what my wife found, which is huge, we got to get back to this one. This one here, where St. Louis is on this side. I just showed you the star fort down here. It's indisputable, 6 miles by 9 miles. Over here in St. Louis is the one I did a video on my YouTube channel, which is
excellent video, by the way.
This one right here, which is in downtown St. Louis. There is the old Star Fort, which is confirmed, and the Geospatial Agency, the agency that does the mapping for all this stuff, for LIDAR, for ground penetrating radar. They're building their new headquarters right in the middle of this one, which I will trace out for you with my mouse if I need to.
Right in the center of the old, right? You can see the same angles there, and then you showed the old map of it, and we've looked at these maps many a time over, and the water tower, and it's a very famous remaining St. Louis water tower. It's a Corinthian column, I believe.
I'm going to try and find the picture here. I don't care if anybody sees my
Campbell's
screen cap on this.
got,
I do not. Yeah, I don't mind if people see what
Bing
I've
bong.
done here. I need to have had that one open, but I've got a video on it, so you guys can all see it. Yeah,
Exactly.
so this here is significant. This is huge because right across the river here are the Cahokia Mounds, and I will zoom in on them. They're right here. Let me.
And the train tracks just hidden up.
Okay, and now this has government installation built in the middle of it. Now there's one more. This is going to blow your mind. I already showed you the big one. Let me show it to you again. It is right here. It is 5-sided.
That's undeniable fractals repeating patterns over and over again.
There's a smaller one that's built in to the bigger one, and I'll trace it out for you so you can see it. And I'm not paradealing this. This is really here. It's 1/4 of it is its own.
You measure them out over and over again. It's the numbers don't lie. Numbers can't lie. And this is just the geometric structure and fractal structure of the realm or of matter of the earth, and how the energy unfolds.
This one right here, let me zoom in on the middle of it because look what's here. Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri, the big Army training base.
Yet another fort. And another big thing people need to understand is that the average definition of a star fort, or what you should have in your mind, they start with what's called a bastion fort, is what they're known on Wikipedia and in history books. And they're also known as batteries. And there you go, that shape right there. And that they're literally everywhere, from what was the base of the Statue of Liberty in New York to what me and Campbell Autodidactic have found a wall that runs 2,000 kilometers long, right from where there currently is the war raging of the Dnieper River around the Azov Sea and the Black Sea, or the Black Sea and the Azov Sea. And there's this Dnieper River, and that's literally where the Ukrainians and the Russians are fighting, the west of the east. And from that exact Dnieper River that's separating their contact line right now, runs this channel up across all of northeastern Ukraine, and then all of northeastern Siberia, where about every, I think, kilometer or 2 kilometers, there's one of those same bastion battery forts into this wall. And then
do you see the snake? The snake's head and the shape of the craton itself.
Oh, yeah, I can see the head.
Okay, with its head cut off. Its head's cut off right at the New Madrid. This is New Madrid, the town of New Madrid. Okay, now this gets really heavy. Okay, so the Star Fort is here, 6x9. Backing it out, we have a bigger one with a military base in the middle of it, Fort Leonard Wood. That makes up 1/4 of the bigger one that goes out and points this way. Now, you're not going to believe it. It goes somewhere. Let me show you. We're going to just go from the back end of it out the middle of it like it's pointing somewhere. And we're going to go out. We're just going to draw it. Here, I'm going to make sure it's lined up. Don't worry. But right there. Okay. I'm just bringing it randomly out into the ocean. Pretty far. You can see we're going out into the ocean from this. Now I'm going to follow this. We're going to go across. We're going next to our California Star Fort that I already showed you. And we go out into the ocean here. Look what's there. This is one of the more famous, quote unquote, UFO places, according to the mainstream media. They said this was At first, they said it was a mistake of underwater bathymetric measurements and that the ships must have been crisscrossing in a way that caused
just
the
the
shape.
size of it. Like those are mountain ranges and trenches. Like that's such a macro size. It's unbelievable.
Lower right-hand corner of the screen, you might not be able to see it. It shows our elevation. You can see they're like 200 and 300 feet high and 200 and 300 feet deep. Some of them are mounds. The others are trenches. But notice the direction that which they go in. This is 5,000 feet down in the ocean.
We gotta just pause for 1 second and give like visualization for people. They tried claiming that they had misdredged these themselves for how they got them there, and it's like these things are a difference of 400 feet from the 200 up they go and the 200 down they go, that they've carved into the bedrock and uplifted.
It's 100 miles long. The damn thing's 100 miles long. And it's again, 200 feet one side, 300 feet deep the other, and it goes into the plate. This is 5,000 feet down in the ocean, and you can clearly see these go into the plate like some kind of entrance or something. Now, weirdly, it points in the same direction back to this, to this big guy. Now, I understand there's going to be people that try to say that's pareidolia, but with the military bases in the middle of each one, and what does this point to? The famous Muskogee Airmen Base from World War II. World War II, Muskogee Airmen were training there of all the places out at Tulsa. But now, before we go any further, these are just the 4 big ones that are here in the United States. We get into other ones that I've found, and this gets into, well, we'll get back to the Midwest United States and the long skulls and all that good stuff. But this gets into the greater stuff that you guys have found with the geoglyphs around the world. For instance, I'm taking you all the way down here to a place called Rapa Nui. You might know it more famously as Easter Island. And out here at Rapa Nui, Easter Island, I'm going to turn on my volcano place marks just so it makes it a little easier for everybody to see where I'm talking about. But what we're going to show you here is a phenomenal discovery I made, proving that the plates and the islands themselves were made in the past at some point. 100%, I can prove it. So we'll start over here at Ascension Island, out here in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, which we'll talk about later, because the Atlantic Ocean and Atlantis and so forth like that, we need to actually get that out of the way about Atlantis. But Ascension Island, if you measure from Ascension Island over to the nearest point on the tip of South America, it is exactly 1,400 miles. Now, you need to remember this 1,400-mile thing, because this proves that the islands are made at some point in that.
Exactly. Me and Campbell have came to the same measurement and conclusion, and like especially when we first started looking in, I think to Nan Madol there and Easter Island, and then following the undersea straits, like what you're showing. It's just
so. I just measured from Ascension Island to South America. It's at 1,400 miles exactly. Now, here's our volcanic group for Rapa Nui, for Easter Island. And Rapa Nui itself is, we got to remember this, is a giant triangle, an equilateral triangle with a blown out side. Got to remember that because of the other one.
Right?
You know, if we measure just roughly, we could just go into the middle of the volcanic group and measure over to the west to the next volcanic group middle. And it's right on down. If you go from one volcano to the other, it's exactly 1,400 miles. Okay, now that's weird. Okay, now that's 2. Now I'm going to do it again. We're going to go 1,400 more to the west, and where do we go? Look, we go into the middle of Tahiti. Now, if we go into the middle of Tahiti, you're going to see that Tahiti is shaped like a pentagon, but with a back end on it and an arrow pointing out slightly to the west. It's west-southwest. You see that? So it's got an arrow in front of it pointing us which way to go next. Now it goes next. We can go 1,400 more over, and you're not going to believe it.
Another Pentagon Island, exactly.
We go over here and we get 1,400 right down to the middle of the volcanic group, and we've got another one that's shaped almost exactly the same in 2 directions, an arrow pointing one way and an arrow pointing the other. It's war eroded over time. Now that's 4 of them. 1,400, 1,400, 1,400, 1,400, going across the whole Pacific and Atlantic, connecting the land masses all the way across equally.
Did you hit Nan Madol yet?
Oh, no, we haven't gotten to Nan Madol yet.
So, so we had the one that was a pentagon and the 2 arrows, one on either side. Now we had the next one at that was 2 arrows going into each other, and then let's see another 1400.
Oh, okay. Well, we go another 1400 over here. Let me just type it in. I'll just type it in because this one speaks for itself. Micronesia. You may have heard of Micronesia before. It was right on the edge of all of our nuclear tests that we did over here at the Bikini Islands, and we blew the heck out of this place. Here's the one, the famous Bikini Atoll, where they did several of the tests, and you can see it's symmetrically shaped, and it may have been, guess what, it was called Operation Castle, by the way, with with the nuke test that they did there, and there's nuclear again. But I want to show you Micronesia. This is what Bernie's talking about. Here's Micronesia as a whole, the whole island chain. But the island of Micronesia itself is a giant pentagon.
Boom.
Now you might say that's a pareidolia moment where you're just seeing 5 sides. But to prove that it's 5-sided and it's meant to be 5 sides, we go on the east side of the pentagon, and here is the famous Nan Madol and Na Island and all that good stuff. And that's right here. Nan Madol is an ancient star fort made of hexagonal basalt columns,
which is fully acknowledged to be built from the sea and out, like the man-made reclaimed land, and it is essentially also the star fort. And Dutch, if you don't mind actually like exploring a bit of that island itself, going back into it, you'll see there's a whole bunch of canals that they're recognized in the Nan Madol area of being man-made and part of it, but then they actually run through that entire Pentagon Island. Perfect canals throughout some of the areas and around the coast and stuff that you'll see that
it's interesting.
This is indisputable. It's I don't know exactly where you're talking about, but you're right. It goes all the way around. But the canals he's talking about, guys, in case you don't know, are connecting in between. Some of them are
some of them are there you can go. Now you can see some of those lines right there, because these are trees that are growing on top of the basalt man-made islands, and that it goes all the way through, and that you'll actually see those, and that it's like a Venice almost channels, and all basalt and completely man-made in the middle of nowhere, and once again at that exact 1400 mark.
It's indisputable that it's pentagonal shaped and that there's a Pentagon fort on the side of it. Now, get this. The week that you guys talked about this on your channel, that very week, a hurricane, which they call a cyclone, or what I think, a cyclone, kicked up over here. And it went and hit Japan, but they named it hurricane or cyclone Nan Madol the same week that you discovered the Nan Madol thing and put it out over on Micronesia. In case you didn't know that,
they love doing that. It's for the algorithms. I swear to God, it's they'll create just like so it doesn't automatically go to Nikola Tesla every time you type in Tesla.
Okay. So
Elon Musk trying to sell you a car.
They do it with movies all the time, right?
It'll bring you back.
Okay, now this is the mind blower on the 1400-mile thing. I think the 1400-mile thing has to do with an ancient wall that exists going from here on South America back, and it's actually octagonal, and I will measure it out for you. The curvature of the Earth actually interferes with us measuring this, which makes me skeptical on the curvature of the Earth. But when you measure it, it goes almost like the shape of a star fort. Now, wait till you see this. This is gonna blow your mind. Here is Australia over here, going out to a pinnacle tip of Fiji. You see it, okay? Yeah. Now look what Alaska and Hawaii are doing. They're opposing each other, wouldn't you say?
Hell, like
one arrow pointing one way, one arrow pointing the other. Now, in between them is an avenue that I found that's exactly 2,000 miles wide. It's 2,000 miles wide exactly all the way across, and it measures from Easter Island all the way over to Nan Madol, and it's a 2,000-mile wide avenue. And I'm not doing an exact measurement. You can see it's from undersea. It's exactly 2,000.
Yeah, and like they're so straight. Like it's nuts. These.
Okay. So it's an avenue And in the middle of this are 3 huge super volcanoes, we're told, that look like giant craters. There's one here, and one here. This one is the most well-known, called Tamu Massif. But it is in the middle point between the 2 opposing arrows, which are forced this way, one going one way, one going the other, with this giant avenue in between, filled with giant craters that goes back over to South America and connects in this way. And you have to look at the Earth upside down and sideways to even see the damn thing. Now, before anybody thinks that I'm tripping and that I'm just seeing shapes, let me remind you again one more time that the 5-sided Antarctica, with its spade shape in the middle, or its starfort shape of a continent itself, points to the north, which points into another one that's hard to see, but it's here. It's right here. This one goes up and points into the number 7 shaped bend of the Carlsberg Ridge, comes back out to the U.S. military base of Diego Garcia, and goes, it's hidden in the ocean, but you can see it now, that there's another one. This one points into this one. And this one is the same damn shape. It is. It's indisputable. I already measured it. It's just like the one in California, only it's way bigger.
Like, I already measured it, and it's indisputable. It's like,
yeah, I mean, I've already measured them. It's down to the point, down to the mile, 2,500 miles on either side. Now, people will say, Dutch, you're just seeing things. But let me show you.
No, you're measuring the numbers, and that's literally the proportions that it gives.
Here's how we view Earth normally, and here's how you're going to have to view all of Europe, Asia, and China going forward. Over on the west side is India. Over on the east side is Russia. As we go to the north, see out here, it's submerged, but out here, up here at the North Pole, matches over here at Saudi Arabia. See it? And then we go to the north, and you have UK.
Like that same angle again. Yes,
it's a fractal. It's like it's another. This is a huge to see it.
Once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's literally
right. It's a giant equilateral triangle. Yeah. I'm going to measure it. I'm going to measure it for you to prove that it's the same size all the way up to Portugal. But the curvature of the Earth is totally screwing with us on this. But you can still see it from point to point. It goes out on both sides, and it's an equilateral triangle that goes across this way as well. Now, you might say, Dutch, you're tripping. It's just the same. You know, here's Scandinavia, here's Turkey, here's UK, here's Italy. You see how they branch off like a Christmas tree? Now watch. Look, here's Spain and Portugal.
Look at Portugal right there, bro.
This is Spain and Portugal. Look at Spain and Portugal. The home of the Starfort, right?
Wow.
Do you see it?
And you even see it again in the sea off the coast, right? Like off the corner of it.
Okay, so here's Portugal and Spain. Right smack in the middle of it is Madrid.
And there it is again. And again.
Okay, now, going off of, this is more like a 6-pointed star, a hexagram, or an 8-pointed star. But it's that classic Starfort shape where on one side and on the other, over here and over here, it's symmetrical. It points somewhere. Okay. If we follow this just like the one I did in the United States, this points to the closest point that Ascension Island meets at, down here on the coast of South America, the closest point of South America to Europe. This points directly to it, directly across. Now, let's get into the other plates, and I'm going to get back into Europe in a second, because this one seems pretty big, right? Like, right? I mean, it's big. It's huge. It's all of Asia, all of Russia, all of Europe, all of Portugal. A giant star.
Blow my mind. Every which way you turn it, I'm seeing the same fractal over and over again.
There it is. It is. It's repeating in on itself. It's symmetrical on all sides. Now, I'm going to turn India.
That they're trenches, and that they're like mountains, and like uplifts and downlifts, and major like geological energy points.
Right. They're coming up to points and stuff. And now here's India, and you can see India points back down to Antarctica, where it's receiving energy. Look, the spade points up to the one that's broken, where you can clearly see it used to point straight up, and these two used to point right to each other.
Yeah, there's been a couple
connecting like a spark gap, right? I mean, you know, like in Frankenstein movies where they'd have 2 wires and the electricity would be going zoop, zoop, zoop up the wire. That this would be going straight out into the side of this one. And now, let me show you the others. All of them do it. Here's North America. So check out North America.
Yeah, and look at how it's shattered there too.
Okay, Florida is on the right side. Broken apart in a million trillion pieces is Nunavut going up into Alaska on the left side. But you can clearly see it's doing the same thing on both sides of the plate, right? Then we go up to the north. Here's Newfoundland, the newfound land. And one side's blown out, but the other side is still there. And you can see it now. And I've already measured it. It's symmetrical as well. So now we've got a big pyramid, a huge one, a medium-sized pyramid. Now you start to understand why the ancient secret societies worship the pyramids, the three pyramids in particular. Now, let's take it up to the front. You're going to see it's the same. I could take it all the way back on either side. It's 3,600 miles. It's 37 right down to the mile. And it's 3,700 across. It's an equilateral triangle to where it makes the bend. Now, that's North America. So here's Europe, Asia. That's number 2. The third one is South America. Now, South America seems to me to be the most weathered one, but this is also where all of our pyramids are, and all of our Aztec pyramids and step pyramids. And this is a little harder to see, but I will show it to you. It goes down to here, and it makes the classic star fort bend in down here. And over here, it's a river valley that's been eroded in time. But you can see it again. The mountains down here are coming in and going like a lightning bolt on the backside this way. And it comes in this way, and it's harder to see. But it does. It comes in, makes the lightning bolt shape, and comes in on that side there. Now, before you think that I'm seeing something, we're going to zoom in on the one that's still here, which is this one. Built into the plate itself, pointing like a giant arrow across it, and this curvature of the Earth is really screwing with us on this because it's a perfect draw across. I will draw it for you to show you. We're going to go right through the center of it. We've got a giant blown out basin in the middle of here, but I'll draw it across just to prove it. Because again, I know there's going to be people that are not going to believe because they think I'm seeing something. But if I can draw the line through the center and it goes to the center of the next one, we got a problem. We've got symmetry.
No, it's if you're not seeing it,
curvature of the Earth, really.
The geometry and the repeating equilateral triangles that you're measuring. It's a repeating geometry fractal. It's undeniable. It's not seeing something. It's identifying a pattern, measuring it, proving it, and showing it over and over again, now documenting it and using it to figure out the construct of this reality.
Do you see the mileage on here?
Yeah.
Okay, now on the back right side, we've got the big crater. I'm not joking on this. This thing's 666 miles long. It's going to play in a second because look, we're going back down to Antarctica. This is a big deal, guys. This is a really big deal. I don't care what your superstitious beliefs are. If you're watching and you've got beliefs about the number 666 or whatever, down here on the back end, I measured this. I went to the big undersea mount where all these ships have overlapped for some reason right here on the volcano that's here, in case you can't see it. Let me just back it out one more time. We got a big volcano, and all the ships have overlapped right down here on the backside for some reason, as if they were looking at the volcano. Now, I can measure from the backside to the front side of Antarctica through the South Pole, and it's 6,666 miles long exactly if we measure back to the back end where the undersea mount is. And I already did the measurements to prove it. We go right down to it. I'm drawing it out right down to the mile. I can't get it down to the mile here. It's 6,665, but it goes right through the South Pole. To get it right through the center of the South Pole, the curvature of the Earth kind of messes with us a little bit, but it's 6,666 miles long, or 6,665 is all of Antarctica.
All of Antarctica.
All of Antarctica from back side to front, and I'm not cherry picking that. That goes right up
and also
to the
666.
It's weird. It's just a weird thing, right? Like, okay, so now recapping, we've got this plate that's undeniably, this is all of Asia and Europe, and at the pinnacle tip of it, like a star on a Christmas tree, this points out to South America. Let's go around, because here's pyramid number 2.
Like that
Portugal
one is identical to the one that you've right going through California there, especially.
Yeah, it's an exact match. It's indisputable. Now, the final part on this is the Africa part. I just showed you all the rest of the plates, and they're all making either triangle, perfect pyramid shape, whatever you want to call it, star fort shape. What about Africa? To see what's up with Africa, we have to look from almost a world away. It's so big. Now I'm going to draw it back out to show it to you. Okay. It's like an arrowhead shape, just like the one down in Antarctica, the spade shape. Now, I'm going to draw it out for you just to prove it that this is really here, that we go all the way from back here at Madagascar, all the way up to South America, and back down and across over to here. And half of it is submerged. It's blown up. It's cut in half. Half of it's broken apart. It's got a big crack going through the middle of it. And I will draw it out for you on the mouse so you can see we do indeed connect across plate boundaries that come up, go back down this way, and then this is just one half of it, and this is the other. And I think this may be the quote-unquote that continent that everybody would want to talk about as being the missing continent that went sinking, that off the backside, it's indisputable curve of the Earth again. But 5,500 miles on one side, 5,500 on the other, exactly 5,500. Then we come back to the back end of it, goes back down across Saudi Arabia, goes back across over. Do you see? I mean, it really is there. It's not me doing this out of pareidolia.
It's undeniable. It's
it really is there. And so this is Africa, the giant one. The biggest, I'd say, of all of them is the one that's fractured completely in half with the mid-Atlantic ridge, and it sank. Now, the way I know that this is the Ascension Island is right here on the side of it. So
that's the Atlantic, yeah?
Yeah, that's the Atlantic. That's half the Atlantic, Atlantis. And now look at this one. This one's a mind blower because this gets into star forts. Actual star forts as in bastion forts. This one, which makes up a good part of the Caribbean, and part of the arm of it goes underneath the United States and ends right down here. You can barely see it. It goes under the Florida Keys, and in the Florida Keys, right here, is our famous Fort Jefferson, the hexagonal brick star fort, where they got out here and supposedly built this in the Civil War, which is total BS. They did not build this in the Civil War. It's got Byzantinian, like cannons are going to be up there or something. Please. They built a walkway around this thing. This thing's made out of solid brick. Let me get this. Actually,
I just love how it's got a moat, but it's in the ocean, right?
Look at it.
Oh,
Byzantinian construction, and they got a big radio tower they built on it, by the way. These are the
that's right. Like how many hurricanes have gone through this area, and that it's completely withstood and surviving? Like,
it's impossible. You know. Now it's got an island over here that points in a direction.
They're all man-made. The Starfort Islands, at least 2/3, if not probably 100% of the Starfort Islands are man-made islands, just like they admit Nan Madol was, that we just showed you a little bit earlier, and that's a key part of it. Now you're seeing these same fractals being reused in an architectural layer and building method on these same exact energy points, and being used by man in the architecture or someone.
I agree. No, I agree with everything you just said. That Key West, Florida, right here on the screen, the southernmost tip of the United States. If we go due west of Key West in the nature preserve, we've got an old starfort shaped, arrow shaped island, and in the middle of it, we have an old carved geoglyph of a iguana, which was not in the United States until the 1700s. So this is older than that. Which means there was
this one. You showed me this. The last time I saw it, was just like, showed all of us this. I was watching live, and like,
this is Key West. This is west of Key West, and then here's our star fort out here, built in the ocean, that they said was built in the Civil War. But I'm challenging that. I don't think it was.
How did they build islands during the Civil War? Like at that time period, it just it's impossible.
16 million.
During the Civil War, we decided to take, and Campbell, you've done several videos on that one. And how many bricks is it or something?
16 million.
16 million bricks they would have had to make ship out to.
Ballast on ships, apparently. Yeah, it's just a silly story. And I mean, what point does a fort in the ocean serve? Like boats would just sail around it. It doesn't make any sense at all.
Yeah, and cannons can only shoot what, 20 miles at the most.
Exactly. So you start 25 and just go ha 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 ha. It's
right.
Like dumb.
Now I made a video on this part, which here are the Florida Keys. Just showed you the star indisputable. This is in the shape of the star fort with the geoglyph inside. But this one was controversial. But up here in the woods, or well, not the woods, in the swamps themselves, is another one. Now, I'm going to trace it out for the people who can't see it, but it's right. What drew my eye to it was this right angle in the trees itself. And I was looking through the Everglades. I just so happened to be, looking through the Everglades, and I found the star fort. Now, really, the way I found this was the giant city. Do you see this, first of all? Now, on the inside of it is another one.
Another one.
This one. Yep. And it's got this on the side of it, letting us know that this has been made at some point in the past. That's circular, perfect circle. Anyway, this thing is out here this is a small one inside of the greater one that's here, that's in the swamp. This is now swamps of southern Florida. But the real thing is this. This is what it is. This, I'm going to turn it around so you can see it better. But I made a video on this already. And this is, well, I already measured it, but I'll measure it again for you on here live. It's 2.5 to 3 miles. Depending on where you measure on the corners, where the blown out corners are, it's 3 by 5 miles. Now, I understand that there's going to be people that say that it's pareidolia, what I'm seeing here, or what anybody can see if you just look at the screen, is that it's a rectangle surrounded symmetrically by lines that spread out in all directions like an old bastion. And this is the Florida Keys now. These connect out to the Keys in all directions like a spider wave. And I wouldn't ask anybody to accept any of that, except for on the back side of it, back up here in the woods, back up here in the marshes, is the star fort that it connects to on the back side, which is indisputable in the topography here. It really is there. That's not just a river. That is the real shape going right into the back end of this huge, this is all underwater. Now, the name of the key here is called Dildo Key.
What?
No, hold on. I'm sorry. Dildo and Johnson Key, side by side. Yeah. Oh, no. Hey, before anybody gets a dirty mind, it's named after the dildo cactus.
Oh my God! Don't use that. Whatever you do.
Yeah. So they named those.
Instantly, any thoughts you had just.
It's horrible, and the reason they did that, I think, is that if anybody found this, that they would have to report they found something out by that key. And then it would, the media can't report on it. Nobody's going to touch it. Nobody's going to look into it. And now
it could just be a subtle little message saying, go and F yourself.
Yeah, basically it is. And so what this is an evidence of an ancient civilization. The petroglyph or the geoglyph that's carved into the star fort shaped island, this proves that ancient people had the ability to sculpt and shape an island in the shape of a giant diamond that's bigger than anything that the Chinese could build today, and that it points somewhere. It actually points, these actually point you to the nearest landmass, which is Cuba's edge, which has another one that points you down here. Now, where do you see this? So, here's the Caribbean. Here's Florida. I just took you below the star fort, and it goes all the way down here to the coast of the United States, right next to Washington, D.C. D.C. is right here. But back over to the west, we go out and we go down to the Caribbean. Do you see it? It's a right-angled rectangular shape that looks like an old port that's been carved out. This is 10,000 feet deep. And it's, again, an indisputable shape of the star fort that's built into the whole Caribbean. And this makes up the other final star fort shape, which is the other cracked star fort that's fully submerged. There isn't one part of it left, but it's right next to what I would call the Atlantean plate, which is this one, the African one that I already showed you. The one next to it is fully cracked in half and submerged. But it's there. It goes from back here, following our fracture zone, right up into the pinnacle tip, where we go right into Central America, Mexico, where guess what's right here? All the old pyramids. All the pyramids are right there. Here, let me bring it back due north so you can see.
Oh, okay, that's right, Central America, yeah.
Right. So here's the coast of Mexico. Here's the coast of Cancun. And if you guys have ever been to Cancun or Tulum or any of those places along here along the coast, I mean, there's Cancun. The Tulum pyramids are right here.
Yeah.
Okay, so
there.
So here we go. We got the submerged
it's
one.
It's a beautiful spot. I've been there, and it is super advanced to the point that if you stand in the middle of the field and clap, you will get a Caesar beam of your clap back at you, or like a magnification of it back at you, where like it hits you and stuns you almost. It's pretty crazy.
Wow.
And that also, this guy right here, there's another one of these heads in the snake that go up along the stairs of the central part of this pyramid, and I was actually blessed and able to be there the one time I've been to the Cancun area and to Chichen Itza back when I was 20. God, it's been, I don't even want to say how long. Anywho, I was there during the winter solstice, and as the sun set, the shadow literally moves on the building, and that the snake, it becomes a snake or dragon that comes alive on the step pyramid on the corners of it. And that
this is South America right here, northern South America in the rainforest, where the quote unquote cannibals live, French Guinea. Okay, and right down in the middle of it is this. Now we're told this is a lava flow.
Look at that geometry again. How did lava just flow in an equilateral triangle?
No. Lava flow BS story. This is obviously something else. And part of it is somewhat hidden. You have to actually look at a greater view to see the outside edges of it. This is elevation wise. You can see, hopefully you can see the outside edge of it, which is dark green. And it actually goes out around it. Now there's another one. Now, I don't know if you're going to see the face in it or not, but
I can see the face.
The skull. Okay, I don't know if you're going to see the creepy skull.
Oh, instantly! Wow, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. It was like,
okay,
wow.
Yeah, they got the headhunter. These are where the headhunters are from, guys. So we got pyramid, we got headhunter, we got the pyramid and headhunter geoglyph in the lava, quote unquote, and then you got the three pyramids, which again are weathered over time. Two of them are visible, one of them is not, and this is South America turned sideways. Now, I'm going to bring you into, wait till we get to Australia. You're going to love Australia. But I got to bring you into the others first. Here's South Africa. And at the south tip of South Africa, here's, of course, South Africa. But what I want to draw your attention to are the mountains.
The same as your California one. And those are mountains. Like that's what's the craziest part is like, this isn't just like lines or trees, pareidolia. No, this is identical geometries repeating itself over and over and over again, and it's the highest points and like the lowest points. Like those are mountain ranges. It's just nuts.
Yeah, and it's blown out on the back side, back right side again. This is Southern Africa, all of Southern Africa being one of them, a part of a giant structure that was built a long time ago. It blew out on the back side, which makes me think wireless power flowing in like anode cathode. You're going to be flowing from one side to the other and out the tip, right? And now,
salt bridge.
Australia, you ready?
I'm ready.
Azay!
Oi.
Seriously, are you ready? Because look at South Australia. Here we go. We're going to go in and zoom in on Southern Australia. Now, these are mountain ranges too. This is not forestry clear cut. Let me just prove that to you. So you see how we go from plains up into foothills. Okay. Now, it's a little obscure and a little hard to see, but I'm going to draw it and I'll prove it to you. So coming out the backside, and it looks truncated at the front end. It is truncated, but it does go out to a pinnacle tip out at the plate boundary. We're going to go down the other side and see that it's a perfect match. And off one side, just like the United States, we've got one that's still intact. The other is eroded over time, but it's still there. And now, before you think that I'm tripping, this is actually a greater structure. Let me draw it out for you. Now, on the inside of it, hold on, I'm not doing it perfect. There we go. On the inside of it, it makes a curve inward, and it's been weathered over time, but you can see it still in the actual between valley and mountain on both sides. Now, I know it looks like I might just be seeing something there, and it goes back, but on the back right side over here, look what we've got.
Is that the HARP facility?
Yep. The hexagonal HARP facility,
right,
which is called Exmo.
Point.
Wow. Just like the one over in the United States in Florida, only it's an old star fort made of brick. Wow. It's the same thing, though. It's the same size. It's the same size, guys. Go compare the one over here to the one over in the Florida Keys. Now look at the other side of Australia. This is Tasmania out here off the coast. But I'm going to draw it out for you again to prove it to you, just in case you don't believe. It comes down in the topography itself. Hold on, let me draw it out for you there. Comes out and goes down into, I know this is going to be the most hard to believe, but when I turn it sideways, you're going to understand what I'm showing you in about 2 seconds. Okay, now, here's what we're really dealing with Australia. And I'm just roughly drawing it out because the curvature of the Earth really does interfere with us. But we are going into and bending around, coming in, going down, back out, and back around. Now, in the center, what appears to be a backwards eye of Ra almost, which is right where all of our deep earthquakes are happening. So on this side of the plate, you might say, okay, look, this would be the biggest stretch, I think, on all of the plates that I've found so far, is that this one is an equilateral triangle, but it goes in through the center of the plate, and it's really hard to see. This would be, when they back it out further, you can see that it certainly is part of the arrowhead shape, but that cuts into this, which is, of course, the one that I've already showed you. So this one is the only one which I would have to ask you to see the shape because it's on its own. But now that you know what to look for, you can definitely go. And guess what's right here? Uluru, Ayers Rock. Where it comes together, Ayers Rock is right there. Let me go turn our borders and labels back on.
Up a little bit,
Where are my place marks? Hold on. I got place marks that show it all here.
It's up from where it says Australia. It's around there a bit.
It's like right at, there we go. Okay. So coming back to the middle pinnacle tip of it. There we go. So on the back side of it, where it comes back down and goes back up in, Ayers Rock, I'll call it Ayers Rock's on the back side of it. It's not directly at where it bends, but it's just when I see that, and I have to show you, the other plates are all doing it. Australia is the one, to me, it seems like it's the most mysterious one. The one that's connected between them all. It's submerged. People were asking me about Asia and what's going on over here. There are smaller versions of what I've been talking about, but this goes from Taiwan to Japan to Guam, back down to Philippines. And it's symmetrical again. This plate here, the diamond-shaped plate, but the curvature of the Earth is what's interfering with us seeing this. That's the only thing interfering with us seeing this perfectly, is if this was all laid out on a flat map, it would be, it would be perfect. You would see.
I'm wondering what the geometry is going to make if it was drawn on a flat circle and not a flat rectangle, because that would make Antarctica a bunch of triangles pointing inwards, wouldn't it? Pretty much.
It would, and it would make Antarctica. They're all pointing back. They're all pointing to each other and opposing each other. In some instances, pointing against each other. In other words, it looks like they were used for some kind of wireless power transmission.
Exactly.
As far as I can see, we're talking about very low frequency.
Yeah, geometry, platonic solids, all this kind of stuff, right?
Yeah. Now, I know this is all mind-numbing for everybody, but I got more. I got so much more. This is insane.
Just in case your mind hasn't been blown 10 times over yet, there's more.
Look at the screen now. This is, Bernie, I think you actually have some videos on this, or maybe Autodidactic, you might have some videos on this.
Oscilloscope,
Yeah, the oscilloscope sound program that allows you to put shapes on your oscilloscope. Yes. And this video in particular comes from Gabor Cesare from over in Russia or something. And what this program does for everybody who's a viewer who doesn't know, it's a computer program that takes the probes of an oscilloscope basically, and you run the computer program into your oscilloscope, and it combines sawtooth waves, square waves, and sine waves into shapes. and it can make any shape using the combination of those shapes. You can make pretty much any shape you want on the screen, but it's doing it using electricity, just so everybody knows. It's using the probes of, it's modulating the electricity in the computer program and putting it into your oscilloscope. But I want you to see what happens as he brings it up frequency-wise from 0 up. Listen. I'm going to stop it in a minute here. Can you hear it?
Oh yeah, there we go, right there. Got into a couple star shape.
Now watch. Pentagon. And as he brings in the square and sawtooth, we start to get the starfort shape. The five-sided, or in many cases six-sided, but it's five-sided, it's going off the outside edge. Okay, so what's happening here is the combination of a sawtooth wave, a square wave, and a sine wave, all three together are making that starfort, that pentagonal and hexagonal, with the shapes off the end of the starfort. That tone. That tone in particular. Now, that tone in particular ties in with 180 hertz of all things. And 180 hertz matters because of the conch shells inside of the Indian mounds. And guess what resonance? Guess what? Yeah, conch shells found inside of Indian mounds.
Do you know what they used to make old cement is seashells, right?
Yeah.
Concrete.
Yes.
Concrete.
Yes. Concrete. Oh, hey. Hey. Concrete. You might be onto something there.
Yeah, exactly. Made out of the conch shell a bit. The limestone, yeah, it's a portion. You're 100% right, Campbell. That's a key part of it.
See on the screen now, what we have here is something my wife found. She was doing research on her family genealogy and found information on southern Missouri, which then led her to an explorer by the name of Dickinson. Dickinson was an explorer in the early 1800s who unearthed many different mounds. And what he found, what he said he found, and what he showed he found were giant skeletons of a lost race of giants. According to Dickinson, the explorer himself, on page 107 of the study about him, it talks about how he found giants of a lost race right here. Supposedly a gigantic lost race of mound builders. One facet of the mound builder myth. On the other hand, Dickinson was a trained physician, and it seems like he could recognize large skeletons when he saw one. And Dickinson then went on to find human bones down below ancient extinct animals.
Yeah,
Dickinson,
can you zoom in on that a bit more too, please, brother? And shout out to Duchess. Thank you for all of your wife's wonderful work. And like that right there, the different layers are identical to what I see in the Badlands of Drumheller, Alberta, right by where I live. In this city's backyards, there's these mounds that flat-topped and alternating similar colors of these dirts, and that this is portraying that there's essentially levels of different giants buried within it. And it also, I can't help but how similar it is to that Freemason pyramid and all the steps on it. Kind of creepy.
It is, actually. It is. Now, look at the size of the trees in comparison to the size of the skeletons.
Yeah.
And now in the middle, they're finding, they found in many of the middles of the mounds a giant skeleton holding a conch shell. Now the conch shell is the 180 hertz, and the 180 hertz, when you blow the conch shell, and it makes that tone. Guess what else is working on that tone? Transmission lines in the third harmonics of transmission for power in your power lines, which explains why they're building these power lines over the different mounds, because they're collecting this 180 hertz energy. Yeah. And now to seal the deal, look at this. I'll take you into what this guy found, and we're going to go through. This is from a painting that he did, or that he had commissioned, of his sails down the Ohio and Mississippi River Valley. And what he found was stuff like this in the rivers, stone heads, ancient carvings on the hillsides. labyrinths that they called them, huge mounded bastion forts, as they called them. And these are all cave paintings. Now, when he got to a place at the Ohio River, let me take you back to Google Earth now. This matters. We're going back to Missouri over here in the United States, if I can get the proper orientation. There we go. And we're going right down here to the town of New Madrid again, to our star fort, the 6 by 9 mile one. Now, right across the river over here is a place called Cave in Rock, Illinois. And at Cave in Rock, Illinois, this ties in with what my wife found, which is this. Let's zoom in and go take a quick gander and see. They might have a better view of it here. Hold on. Let me see if I've got a closer zoom in view on the cave here. There we go. So the cave has some pretty interesting stuff in it, like an Ouroboros of a snake eating its tail, a symbol seen in other cultures around the world. And in the lower right-hand corner, what you're going to see is that look that you make when you find a 12 to 15 foot tall long skull.
Looking a little elongated.
When you find the long skull in the Cave in Rock in Illinois, and look at what he's doing. He's making a little kind of ghoulish, but over here, we're going to go over and look at this guy, which is a younger version that's still mummified, but he's covering his eyes. Now, this matters. A viewer sent me something of I think they're called the Caracas mummies. Maybe that's not the name of it. Caracas. The Caracas mummies.
Caracas,
mummies. And the Caracas, hold on. Got to spell it right.
Paracas from Peru.
There they are. And what do? They cover their eyes. They're covering their eyes.
And they're always in that seated position too, yeah.
Yep, they're in this position right here. Now hold up, because they are from all the way down here at Peru, on the edge of our 666-mile-long star
by
fort.
the Nazca
right
lines.
in here. They're right from there. And so to have them all the way up here doing the same thing means they're connected, obviously. But to prove that they're connected, there's some other weird things that are in this giant panorama painting from across the country or across the Midwest United States. Huge mounds. And let me see if I don't have all the pictures open at once. Look at this.
No.
Oh,
now this is big. This is really big. This isn't just like a small little statue that they have carved here. They have it in a greater scene. I want to say, let me see if I can get the greater scene. There it is.
Wow.
So that's huge, right? And look at him. Look at him. The guy's an Indian guy from India with a bald and a third eye. Look, he's got the third eye.
Yeah, or
he's got a third eye. Yeah,
come on, he's got the third eye. He's got a goatee. He's bald. That's a llama or something from over in Asia.
Where is this?
So,
Mississippi Valley.
Yeah, 1800s Mississippi Valley.
Wow.
Okay, now, so this guy went across and started excavating all kinds of mounds. He documented everything across the area. He was part of something that they ended up calling the mound controversy. And I want to tell everybody who's listening now, you need to get on this. You need to start looking up Dickeson, Dickeson, and mound controversy. Apparently, there was a huge controversy about who built them. And these naturalists, including a guy named Lyle, who ties in with earthquakes and volcanoes of all things, Lyle got involved with this. According to page 108, Lyle shows up on the scene to debunk Dickeson. And Lyle's a naturalist who Darwin quoted. In his voyages across the ocean, Darwin brought Lyle's books as inspiration of his wonderful volcanology work, where he went into the layers of the earth and put numbers assigned to them, which are totally bunk. And Lyle's a chill.
What's
Lyle's
hilarious, I've got to say, like, his voyage around, before he put forward this evolution thing, it was taught and accepted everywhere that it was catastrophism. Geology class was catastrophism. History was Atlantis, and that there was something big before that, and that everything happens by these mass catastrophisms. And then they came with Darwin and got rid of that idea and got rid of pretty much everything else that could have existed before it. because YOLO.
Here's an example of something that many mud flood people talk about when they show San Francisco houses and the houses built on top of mounds. So when you look at those San Francisco houses and they're built up on top of that, and you're like, why did they build that there? They built their houses originally on top of the mounds. And some people say it was just, because they liked building on top of mounds. I'll say they were probably using wireless power. And those houses were tapping into that. And that's why they built into it. But look at the size of these. And look at the labyrinths and the nature of the size of some of these structures. I'm going to take you back to the start of this panorama, and let's see if we've even got it in here. I don't know if this is going to be it or if this is the first one. Or is it in the middle one? I got to find the picture to show it to you of all the pyramids that they found were just insanely huge, which I can't believe I can't find a picture of it now. Hold on. It's one of these. There's the head. There it is. Okay, so look at this. These are from actual voyages along the Ohio and Mississippi River.
What?
Look at it. Yes.
Like, that's identical to
they tore them down.
In Peru, another one in Mexico City, another one in the UK and England as well, I believe, or in like the Scottish area. These, like,
yeah, they
God.
tore these down and during the mound builders controversy. So the mound controversy was we had naturalists, which are people who just goofballs at the time in the 1800s who gave us all the right. We've got the naturalists, and they stepped in to deny that there were advanced people who built the mounds, and then they justified that to destroy them, and they used the dirt for this and that, and they tore them down. Now look at what else my wife found. Along with that, she found this at loc.gov, wherever that is, and this is a book, a documentation of all the star forts and all the Indian mounds that were torn down. It's 500 pages long. I will provide all the links for this. Yeah, I'll provide all the links.
Please.
And they have pictures. They have pictures and descriptions.
Sorry, I can promise once you send this to us, we will do a full video series reading out every one of those 500 pages and documenting these. That's absolutely nuts. And thank you, Duchess. Like, this is restoring history. So it's like when you found those certain petroglyphs and then they tried claiming that you were racist because you used some sort of wrong terminology. It's like you are literally rebuilding.
I said American Indian,
Aboriginal people's histories, and
it turns out, I said American Indian. I was supposed to say Native American. It turns out Native Americans wrote me and told me that they call themselves American Indians, so it's no big deal. They don't expect a guy like me.
It's never those. It's just everyone who's a different color that gets offended. That's come on.
You catch me on a good day. If you catch me on a good day, I might be a slight pale gray, depending on how long I stayed up or how much coffee I drank.
Put me out in the Australian summer, and I'm a black person. Come on.
Okay, you get nice and tan. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, man.
Healthy melanin, Now check it out. Look at this. So they documented these, and when they came through and tore them down, they tore these down. They measured the height elevation of them, and we get a side profile on height elevations and what was there. 140 acres on the inside, labyrinths, everything. So between this guy Dickinson and what he found as he's sailing down the Ohio River, long skulls, evidence of Peruvian civilization, and then according to Dickinson himself, 12 to 15 feet or more in size for height. And that's insane. That's 15 feet tall. We're talking as tall as a Victorian mansion's ceilings. In a Victorian mansion, we're talking that high. That's insanely tall people. And the depictions of them sitting down or curled up are almost up to his chest level, just as a point of reference. So, if you're a grown man here and they're curled up and their long skulls coming up to his shoulders. So if they stood, they would be way, way, way bigger than him. And that's in the cave painting from his own descriptions of what he found. Now, finally, to seal the deal that we're dealing with some weird stuff going on across the Midwest. Well, I mean, we already know that we already know that we're dealing with some weird stuff going on, but across the Midwest, the legend of the giants is carried on with the Native Americans who went to war with them. Apparently, did you guys know this?
Yeah. The red-headed ones. Sometimes
yes, I do. The Lovelock Caves.
Well, they're talking about being hundreds of feet tall. That they were
hundreds of feet tall.
Yeah, that's what I had a Native American person write me directly below my video, and it was on the discovery I made up in Idaho, which I didn't even talk about yet. But the discovery I made up in Idaho, and they wrote me about the legend of the giants and how they fought the giants. That took hundreds of Native Americans to kill one of them, and that they were eating them. That the giants would come and eat them. That's why they built their structures on the cliff sides that were hundreds of feet up, and that the giants couldn't rappel down, apparently, for some reason. Maybe they didn't have a rope strong enough to hold them. And the little paths on the side of the mountains were too narrow for them to tiptoe across to come over to. And that's why they did their structures on the sides and in the hills to hide from the cannibalistic giants.
That's reasonable, right? Birds will nest up to avoid predators. If there was cannibalistic giants hunting us, so would we. And probably also while we were underground, too.
Yeah, man.
But this 3 pyramid thing and this big, middle, small, this then mirrors with over in Egypt and all the other stuff we know about, the regular pyramid stuff with the 3 pyramids. So that's just in a nutshell of what I found. Long skulls in the United States, all the plates. Oh, and to top it all off, the earthquakes. I haven't even talked about that. That the earthquakes are hitting down below these areas on the pinnacle tips of them. So like the pinnacle tip of Scotland up here, okay, where all of our old castles.
You became aware of these shapes and the geometry and this fractal in the beginning, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
wow.
I had no clue about star forts or the shapes or anything until I stumbled into Tartaria, and I went and looked, and I said, wow. I go, that's really weird that shape is in California. And the pinnacle tip of the one in California goes right out to, this is the San Andreas. That's the San Andreas. Wow. So the pinnacle tip of it points to the most active earthquake zone on the planet that we know of. And then you got the New Madrid and this one over here, and on the side of it. And then across the river is the Cave in Rock where they found the damn long skulls, which is what we call them here in the Midwest, by the way. We don't call them elongated skulls. We call them goddamn long skulls because they're cannibals. We don't respect them.
Right. Have you seen that one movie? It was like Time something where like they go back in time, or like there's a time machine, and then like when they go back even further, they found like this underground race that was like feeding off the normal humans. And they have like
a famous book.
Yeah, it was from a famous book, and I'm pretty sure they had elongated skulls in the movie. And
did they? Because they did a remake with Guy Pearce or something. Yeah, sort of 20 years ago or something.
Yeah. Well, that's weird. In the movie Interview with a Vampire, that when they show Dracula in the shadow version, like they always show him, and he's got the long hair and the long skull. That's weird. That is weird. That is weird. I just realized that. Oh, that's odd. Dracula. Dracula, Interview with a Vampire.
It's like those R people. They have funny heads, don't they? Those Rocky people and Roth people.
Fits with the Coneheads. The Coneheads and Dan Aykroyd. Dan Aykroyd, huge UFO buff. You guys know that, right?
Yeah.
The crystal
He's
skull.
He's a Canadian, eh?
Yeah. Well, he did that. That's why he did the long skulls, though. The eggheads or the coneheads are really just long skulls, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Right? Yeah. The coneheads are long skulls.
Undeniable. Did you ever see or hear of Karen Hughes' work? She was the former. Do you want to tell the story, Campbell, or should I?
Well, she was just a high finance banker, and started sort of looking around and got onto conspiracy type stuff and started researching banking. And because she was very high up, and she basically realized that a lot of these really, really high level bankers have got elongated skulls.
Yeah, and she was
I've
working
got
with
some
the
photo.
World.
Actually, I wonder if I can find the photo.
She was working for the World Bank, and that she stated that places like the
Did a series of
Vatican,
videos.
wherever they'd be wearing those big hats, and they
Yes.
were positions of powers, that underneath them there would be these elongated people.
I've
But
also got
that's deep down a
there's
Vatican.
also footage. I mean, I don't know how real it is, but there is footage of like a elongated skull dude in the Vatican, and of course, you know, the hat's in the Vatican, right? And then you've got the Dogon and Owanis and the god, and they've got the fish head hats, which is basically the mitre that the Pope wears. So, I mean, it's just massive, right? It's just, I mean, even here I've got a picture of a giant, and he's Alaskan, and he's got a massive big like hat on, like a beefeater hat.
Oh, the Dogon you mentioned with the Nomos and the fish people, and coming from the water, and you know that's really weird because that ties in with I have a family friend from Iran who came over just right before the revolution happened. So Iran used to be free, right? Like they were Western basically. Anyway, he came over here with his family and became a family friend of ours. And he told me the story of the history of Iran. This is from a person from Iran. And he's like, you know, we are the people from the water. We are the Aryans, he said. He looks at me and he goes, we are the Aryans. And I go, what? And I'm a equality punk, okay? Like, at the time I've got a mohawk and, I'm a teenager, and he's telling me, and I'm like, you're Aryan? What are you talking about? And he's like, no. He's like, you misunderstand. It means we come from the water. We call ourselves Aryans, and we're blue eye with red hair. And I go, red hair? And I had no idea what he was telling me at the time. I was 16 or 17 years old. But it all makes sense now that they believe they came from the water with the blue eyes and all that stuff. But that goes back to the Nomos in North Africa and the fish-eyed people in the Sirius. See, this gets really weird, guys. The Nomos tribe of North Africa knew about the star Sirius, and they worshipped it. And they knew that it was a binary star system. They knew it was two stars side by side. But the only way you could know that is to have a telescope to see. But they said that they were told by the fish people who came up out of the water, and they were the most nasty looking people, they said, or something. They called them, just disgusting looking creatures that came up out of the water and showed them the knowledge of astronomy and the stars. And they had this legend going back thousands of years or hundreds of years, long before Galileo. And then this ties in with Nebuchadnezzar, because then the king of Babylon comes out, and all these depictions of Nebuchadnezzar and all these old drawings or cave drawings, whatever you want to call them, depictions of him show him wearing a fish garb and a fish scales, and he's wearing a fish head. He's literally wearing a fish head. Fish heads, right? The song Fish Heads now makes more sense. Fish heads and the Pope. This ties in with the Pope and the Pope's hat. The Pope's hat looks like a fish, and this Christian symbol is a fish. And the fish thing ties in way more with the fish people and the Nomos than it does with Christian symbology. And that was adapted in as Christian symbology, but that originally it ties in with the fish people. And there it is. It's indisputable.
Exactly,
so weird,
right? And then Starbucks. So, yeah, man, it's all there. Mermaids, mermen.
Yeah, the Melusine, Starbucks.
Yeah, Starbucks, yeah, man.
What am I drinking a cup of there?
What are you drinking? Exactly, man. If they're trying to take over the planet, what are they feeding us?
I'll bring up the logo, good old Starbucks logo. And you could search Starbucks logo Melusine, Melusine, and I'll bring up a screen cap so you guys can see it. That this is actually ties in with, hold on. I don't have my screen capture on. Damn. 1 second. Share screen. Sorry, guys. Forgot to turn it on. There we go. So going over to the Melusine Starbucks logo. Check it out. This is the real Starbucks logo. And she's...
don't have it
now,
yet.
why do we call her... She's...
Are you sharing screen?
She's in the buck
Yeah,
position.
we don't see... Mike,
oh, you don't see it.
To share it again, please.
No.
Okay, hold on.
Bernie's
see
a
it now?
fish head.
Okay, we got
Yes,
it now.
sir. Yes, we can.
Here we go. So this
Okay,
is the
yeah.
Starbucks logo. This is the one that they've got on all the cups now. And you can see an ancient depiction of the Melusine here.
Yep.
Now, what you do is you mate with her, okay, and out comes the juices of life.
Nice.
Now, I don't know really, but the legend goes back a long way. I was exaggerating. I'm coding.
And it
But it's in with
you can
Ishtar.
tie that into sirens as well, right? Who used to sing boats into the rocks and stuff.
Right. Now, this again, why did Starbucks adopt this as their logo, right? Like that gets into a whole separate thing about why those symbols are used. But the fish people, this ties in with the fish people. So when we talk about the fish people, we're talking about things that this isn't me making this up. I just want everybody to understand that, we're not talking about me making up the fish people. That's on the Starbucks logo. The Starbucks logo ties in with Melusine fish people, going back to the merfolk and God. This goes in with
a massive story to that one.
Yeah, it's a domino effect of weird stuff that we would have to talk about to even explain this to the viewers. But this plate stuff, I cannot stress it enough. The plate thing is the biggest thing. It's proof, guys. If you needed proof of man-made structures that are huge, that are the size of continents, that are 1,400 miles spaced out across the planet, this should get, I stand by it. I'll stake all my earthquake, all my reputation, all my everything. Those are made at some point in the past by someone who had the ability to make plates.
Yeah, we'll definitely do a bit more on that. So I've got to get a round map now of Google Earth and plot it out on a flat surface and see what we come up with, because there's clearly some kind of shape there. They wouldn't be just random, irregular, regular shapes, would they? There's got to be a pattern, but because it's all been contorted onto a ball, we can't see it.
Yeah,
exactly.
So, Dutch, you had also mentioned that in your forecasting model that there was a segment where it's like the energy disappears for a couple of days or something, and it had you questioning the geometry of the realm. And can you explain that a bit more?
Oh, yeah. Oh, definitely. I'd love to. Okay, so as we watch earthquakes, let me go ahead and let me turn the display capture actually back on. Sorry, I have to keep switching between it, but I don't want to hog your screen the whole time.
This is all for you. You take as much as you need.
Yeah, guys. God bless your heart.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. Happy St. Patty's Day.
Happy St. Patrick's Day, guys. Okay. Let's go over and show you the earthquakes. Okay. So in the past several years, my viewers and I all watch the earthquakes start at a certain spot, usually with our deep earthquakes, and they usually start down below the pinnacle tips of these giant plates, which I've now proved to you, at least all of them look like they're star fork shaped, and all of them are star fork shaped, except for this one, which is where all our deep earthquakes are coming up from down below. So in other words, down below Australia, down below the Indo-Australian plate, deep earthquakes. They spread out, and they go out and follow the plate boundaries. And the plate boundaries, I show the USGS map of all things. I know USGS, but here it is. Here are the plate boundaries. They're red lines that you see go out across the planet. Now, the earthquakes follow those plate boundaries. It's no shock. You push up on the underside of something, and it comes up and goes, the pressure comes up and goes through it and passes out away. Now, what I noticed is that the earthquakes, they flow out and they go over all the way till we get to the mid-Atlantic ridge, to those fractured plates that I showed you. And when they get to these X's, we see the energy, either one of two things happens. Either the energy goes back through the planet and comes back out the other side with new deep earthquakes on the antipode, the opposite side of the planet, or somehow the energy gets from here back around and down to here and starts over. It's like Scooby-Doo running out the side of one screen and coming, or a video game. Mario runs out on one side and comes out on the other. And I can't explain it. Other than there may be, I'm sorry. Yeah, there may be an explanation, but the explanation is more disturbing than I think anything that anybody's proposed, which is when our energy goes out and gets over to here, that it is going back around and coming back out on the other side. But on the other side of what? On the
Well,
other side of
exactly.
what? This
There's
is such
more.
a...
There's more out there, man.
Yes.
Have you looked at any of the old maps? Have you seen like the 14, like the Monty Planisphere and things like that that show more land in the middle and on the outside?
Mew, I've seen it all. Oh, yeah. Yes, I've seen the Mew maps. I've seen the old Asian map that shows the other continent spread out much further. So I've got two possible explanations for this, and both of them are disturbing. One is that we're missing... Okay, there's a reason they're not showing us the Earth from far away. There's got to be. Otherwise, we'd have a live stream of it all the time. So there's something they don't want us to see. And the only logical answers I can come to is A, there's land masses, like the Earth really is round, but there's land masses, huge continents, that have been hidden from us, that if we're watching a live view of the Earth, we would see something west of California float by, huge. We'd be like, what is that? That's a giant landmass out there in the middle of the Pacific. What is that? It's a giant continent. And it lights up at night. There's people there. What are we doing? Like, okay, that could be there. It could be that Earth is not round, though, but it's not flat. It could be oblong. It could be that Earth is more like a star forge shape, like a diamond, like a faceted jewel.
I mean, a geometric shape would kind of make more sense, you know, based on what we see in our experience.
It's troubling whichever way you go. So whether the earthquakes are going through the planet and coming back out the other side, or whether they're going around the outside edge of some kind of flat
exactly around the circuit.
Right. That we're dealing, there's some reason they're not showing us Earth from far away. That's not good. Like, whatever the reason is, it ain't good, man. Because, like, it's been long enough, we should see it. So, what are we going to find out? That Earth is like a jewel? Or are we going to find out that it's flat? Or are we going to find out that it's an asteroid shape? Is it going to be shaped like 3 pyramids? I mean, what is it going to be? All the plates in these shapes lend me to think that might be shaped more spiked-like, which would fly in the face of flat earthers and round earthers. Oh, you know, I'm a spiked earth, a COVID earth. I just don't know what to do. So all I know for certain is that the seismic is going from one side of the planet to the other. When it gets to our X's, it goes through or around. And if it goes around...
From the axis.
And this ties in with Edward,
like evidence essentially of like a toroid or a hollow Earth. Like especially if it's going through, like it should be dense and blocked, but it could be a hollow straight through shot and a toroid.
So does that line go from the Arctic to the Antarctic? Your line of X's?
Yes.
Basically?
Oh yeah. That's the
literally cutting it in half.
Oh yeah. The Mid-Atlantic Ridge is a fracture zone that starts at a super... let me show you.
Okay.
Yeah, let me show it to you this way. This will make a lot more sense. The Russians, everybody missed this. There's a giant super volcano down, or a crater, at the pinnacle tip of the North Pole. Here's the physical North Pole. And here is something I found on my own when earthquakes started to strike here. Can you see this?
Yeah.
Okay, this is a 60-mile long by 30-mile wide caldera. It's the same size as Toba's supervolcano. And this is where the Mid-Atlantic Ridge starts at the North Pole. Then we come down, and it's a fracture that goes all the way through Iceland, and it goes all the way down like a lightning bolt through those 2 giant star forge-shaped plates that I showed you down to the South Pole and connects into this, which goes back to our shape that's shaped like a... Here, let me get it back on the screen. There we go. Goes back to our giant spade shape and star forge shape. Now, the weird thing about all of this, as if this isn't all weird enough, that with the planet's shape possibly being oblong or faceted like a jewel, or for some reason they're not showing it to us, we can say certainly that I think somehow someone a long time ago was able to raise these mountains and these plates up out of the plate using a frequency much like that video I played for you, where he's on his oscilloscope, but it would be much, much more powerful, and it would come up through the plates and vibrate up like cymatics. and that you would vibrate up that sound or that tone. That ties in with the start of the video and your awesome intro, by the way, which is showing the church, because the church is cymatics.
Exactly. That you can see videos, they do it with the iron filings and stuff too. They sort of play frequencies and like builds in 3D, builds shapes.
Yeah, and when you start combining the different waves and the different wave geometries, the higher frequencies within it, then you start getting multi-dimensional geometric motions and form within it.
And of course, it ties straight into Dr. Emoto's work with the ice crystals, which we see the stars in and all that kind of stuff as well.
The cymatics to me is a very interesting part about it, because like this ties in with what you're doing, Bernie, with well, I mean, even with monoatomic generation of molecules in water, that when we're talking about stripping electrons, when you're putting like power through something and it gets to a point where there's too much power and it accumulates up on the tip of that and it starts to flow out and strip those electrons off, what do you think would happen in geopolymer? This ties in with Paul Cook and what they're scraping off of
actually, give me a moment, and I'm going to resend the link to Paul. I had sent it to him earlier, but I hadn't heard from him. I'm going to send it to him again, see if we can get him in here for the last little bit.
Very cool. Very cool, because Paul Cook is finding all those scrape marks on the walls, and he's talking about a facade that, or a as he calls a render, that the geopolymer has been stripped off. But why are they stripping it off? What if I'm just throwing this out there? What if the geopolymer they were using was electrically conductive, and that's why it'd be valuable today? That there'd be
100% it was. It was like in this crystalline supercapacitant nanotechnology that they incorporated to all of it. That's why we can't replicate quote unquote Roman concrete today, why Roman nanotechnology even in cast cups were better. And then when you start getting into these massive layers of geopolymer structure that currently they claim as naturally formed, and then looking at it and seeing that it's actually mega ruins, mega remnants of these underground, under mountain catacombs and cities and past civilizations, and it was all made of geopolymer. And geopolymer is essentially cement concrete, except that it's exponentially harder on its Mohs hardness scale of how it solidifies or bonds, how it bonds, and that it's actually a chemical reaction bonding that the geopolymer forms into, as opposed to concrete or sandstone sort of thing where it's just pressured bonds, etc. That's very weak, and that you're able to get theoretically all the way up close to almost 9.5 probably with some of these potential geopolymers, and them replicating the granite, the marble, and everything on it. And which also explains why you'll find brick sometimes, or mud brick, or different conglomerate mixtures of like concrete or mud concretes in the pillars or in the inside walls of these ancient structures. And then this inch to foot thick basalt or basalt, or what's the one I'm trying to think of? Dolomites, granite, as well as the
quartz.
Yeah, quartzite is in it a bit. Yeah, the granite stuff, but there's a term for it. Paul knows it, and it's a specific term for the geopolymer of granite.
Yeah, it's oh gosh,
like schist or shite. Right?
Give me a minute, and I'll think of it.
Yeah. Sorry, I interrupted there. Went on a little tangent. Let me try and contact Paul, and please continue, guys.
Sorry, I was muted. I was just looking for a video from the University of Texas. It was a working group on geopolymer released by the University of Texas. It looks like it's been deleted, but I think I might still have a link on it. I made my own geopolymer like Paul did, and I followed the directions that they had listed on the Geopolymer Institute site. So in case you didn't know, Geopolymer Institute put out directions on how to make geopolymer like the pyramids. And it's like, you know, certain mix or whatever. But then within 6 months of us all talking about this, oh, wait, hold on. Within
The
six,
word
that's me,
was-
that's me breaking my geopolymer. Within 6 months of us
Stelliography.
all talking about this,
Sorry.
they, University of Texas came out studying geopolymer, and that they found that it's twice as hard as Portland cement, and that it could be used to replace current concrete, and that they then went and built an airport down in Australia made of the geopolymer.
What?
Yeah.
You didn't tell me that.
Oh yeah. Australia geopolymer airport.
That's interesting because there's buildings in Miami. There's a town. What is it? Basically, all the buildings are a poor geopolymer. St. Augustine, is that Florida?
There we go. I just
I
posted
believe
it in
so.
the chat room. 70,000 tons of geopolymer concrete for airport. This is 2014.
Dutch, if you have an article up, do you mind sharing it on ours as well? As you're no longer sharing screen here if you're trying to show us something.
Oh, here. Oh, okay, and I apologize. I don't want to hog up the screen.
That's right. We like the descriptions as well. They're good.
Okay, type screen, allow. There we go. 70,000 tons of geopolymer concrete for airport in Australia. Brisbane West Airport.
Wow.
27,000 Queenslander attended to see this 66,000 ton of carbon neutral blah, blah, blah.
Carbon neutral.
Yeah, right. Gotta save the planet, man.
Yeah, man. Like by building an airport, I mean, how ridiculous is that?
Yeah,
Let's build an airport so then we can fly planes around the planet while saving it. Okay, nice one.
But the geopolymer stuff is really, really interesting because they could have mixed in what's with all the radiation and the nuclear next to these spots. What if they mixed in some kind of uranium that we didn't know about, and that was providing some low amount of power in the geopolymer, uranium-based geopolymer that had its own power source built in? I mean, it could be, and it all overloaded.
Have you come across the red bricks that they use as batteries? Have you come across that research?
I saw that, and you know what? Something that Paul Cook might want to try when he's mixing his geopolymer. You don't want to really touch it or handle it with your hands, but graphene. That graphene will transfer and hold power if you put it in layers. Remember the Indian mound that we were looking at with the layer of coal at the bottom?
Yes.
That the layer thing will generate power, actually. That if you
it's a capacitor. That's a capacitor.
Yeah, basically, yes. Yeah, it'll store energy or generate it depending on what we put into it. And so in the capacitor, it stores the energy. And if you do carbon, aluminum, copper, and calcium, which fits with the bones, by the way. So in the Indian mound, you got a base layer of carbon. Then you've got the and then you got the conch shell in the middle to project it out. Now the conch shell was worn by kings and queens back in the day. They would wear a conch shell over their third eye, or the center of their forehead. Third eye is pineal, but they'd wear it over the center of their eye, just like the Egyptians with the coiled snake. So the Egyptians have the coiled snake over their third eye, the conch shell with its coil over their third eye. And then I'm not saying I'm not into any of that. I'm just saying that, like, frequency wise, it's all on 180 hertz or so on the conch shell thing. 180 hertz ties in with electricity. And then we get into the kings and queens. And in the kings and queens, they had scepters and orbs, right?
Yep, and crowns and jewelry.
The Egyptians.
We're looking into electro culture, and obviously with Bernie's kind of stuff, orgonite and all that, and that ties into the jewelry they were wearing. And I did an interview, and with all this like tensor coils and that, they're actually tuned. So they're making tuned tensor coils. So literally, you could tune it like a bracelet to 180 hertz or whatever you want to.
Speaking of bracelets, getting into the Egyptians. The Egyptians kind of show the same thing. Instead of a scepter and an orb, the Egyptians are using the Ankh or Ankh.
The Ankh, yes, and the Jed pillar, yes.
Okay, see how they're holding that? Okay,
yes.
Right. They got that, and then the other hand, they've got the what was it called?
The Jed pillar.
Right, there it is.
The scepter. That's the scepter. The Jed pillar is the capacitor. You know, the pillar, and it's got the lines across it.
Yeah.
Depictions of a Jed pillar and an Ankh sort of together. You know.
Now they all have some kind of elongated thing on their head.
Yeah.
And they all have the coiled snake at the third eye or something at the level of the forehead. Okay, each one of them. And I propose that this
flail and hook,
is the same thing as this. This is a Vajra.
Yes. These were both.
Okay, now this is.
Yeah, we went over. I went over this in a interview last week. Like this exact.
You know about Elon Musk, right?
No, who's that? Never heard of him.
Huh. Yeah, Elon Musk posted this tweet, and he said, "This is what's on my nightstand." And on the nightstand, he's got 3 American books: The History of America and Democracy, red, white, and blue books in the back. He's got Diet Coke cans. He's got a fake gun from some video game, and then he's got the Vajra, and then he's got the classic gun pointing the other way. But now the Vajra he carries around with him everywhere. The Vajra is. Oh my God, I need to make a Vajra. They're everywhere. Those things. Vajra wireless power. This gets into depictions of the goddesses. Well, actually, the gods. Vajra power projection. Maybe I won't bring it up. I don't know. It's not bringing it up on Google. Go figure. But in ancient depictions of India, the gods are holding this in one hand, just like we're talking about with the Egyptians, and just like the kings and queens from Europe, they're holding the scepter and the orb. Now you know the orb. The scepter and the orb, and the Egyptians, like the holy hand grenade, the globus crucis. The orb. And the Egyptians have the flail and hook. When you shake the orb, it makes a bell sound. Did you know that? That on the inside? Yes, I did. Yes, boom, yes. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, yeah. I did. Yeah. Yes. So it's got to be wireless power. With the thing on the head, it's got to be for projecting your thoughts or controlling people or something. It would make sense that if they were really powerful, why wouldn't they be able to force people to do things? Subject kind of thing. They they would be able to, with wireless power, force you to be able to build force you to be a slave or force you to build a pyramid. The kings and the queens, right? They're the ones with what? The ones with the power. Right? I hadn't thought about it that way. It's all in the spelling. Wow. I mean, and we elect them, right? We elect them to power. We go to the polling booth between the two poles and we elect them to power. Electricity, elect. Yeah, So yeah. Or elect, ELECT RICITY, electricity, right? Exactly. It's and the trick of electing them. Wow.
The spell casting, exactly. Spelling, man.
It is. It is. Now that gets into language and tone, and yes. And then you can go straight into like throat singing in the cathedral.
The devil, easy tiger.
Mate! Oh, there he is! There he is! Oh, I'm starstruck, man. I'm blushing. My man crush is complete.
So the guy was 600,000.
You're making me sweat, dude. You're making me sweat.
Yeah, all right, mate. Big up, guys. How you doing?
Oh, good. Welcome.
Brother, one love, easy tiger.
Yeah, listen, I'm doing this on my phone, by the way, and I've got 6%, but I thought I'd jump in and say hello to everyone.
Yes,
much love, brother. Glad you did. We'll have to do a whole nother one, plan it out here.
Yeah, 100%, man. Definitely. So I look a bit rough, mate. I've been out and about collecting nuggets, haven't I?
Oh, nice.
Yeah, can you see that?
Watching.
Oh, wow, nice. Yeah, I can see where you are.
Yeah, mate. Yeah. I'm on the field now, man.
The geopolymer on the site, boots on the ground.
Geopolymer. Yeah,
Geopolar.
look, I wondered. I'll take you in here. I just went in here. I don't know where my phone's going to be.
Oh, jeez.
Caving in that red layer.
I know, mate. I know.
Wow.
So
It's
earlier when I
abundant,
was
mate.
describing Paul's layer of
On the
these
side of the
caves of
road.
former buildings, it's the geopolymer, that red layer that they call sandstone here, that whole red layer, continental layering of it is what Paul is now finding out that's most likely built and was constructed through geopolymer by some humanity or past
Interesting
civilization.
color, right? Red, iron.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's a beautiful color. It's something you'd see in Petra or Africa or something like that.
It's the exact same stuff you see there.
Yeah, exactly, man.
That's
Close to
wild. You
stunning.
know, Paul, I see, I hear you talk about the geologist and then being full of crap. I agree 100%. You are not only on to something like tremendous about the construction of the place, you're 100% on it, man. This is
big up, mate. That's nice coming
I've been
from you,
meaning
mate.
to talk to you. I'm starstruck, really, because you've made
No,
a
it's
big
the other way around,
discovery.
mate. Trust me.
Yeah, it's a huge
Everybody's
discovery.
starstruck.
Starstruck, yeah.
You can be starstruck. Everybody's starstruck.
Yeah, the only star I've got is a brown star.
Oh, come on. Let's keep this children.
Sorry, that was a little bit too crude.
Make up with starfish in here, man. Come on.
Sorry about that. Let's cut that bit out somehow.
We're live on all our channels. Thanks, Paul.
Yeah. Listen, I'm going to go and get a Cornish pasty now anyway, because I've been, well, not fasting, but like, I haven't eaten nothing all day. So I just thought I'd pop in a silo. I've got a minimal battery as well, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, so I need to keep it up.
Thank you very much.
This is awesome. We'll have to do a live at some point with me, Bernie, all you guys, and we'll all get together and we'll talk. Definitely. This is
100%, mate. Definitely, because I've been collecting loads of stuff, and again, Dutch, it'd be an honour, mate, as well. I mean, like me and Bernie and Cam, we're like peas in a pod anyway. So to do a session with you would be something else, mate. It'd be something else.
Very cool. Very cool. Definitely, we'll do it.
We've got one coming up with Michelle Gibson. Me and Campbell actually did one with her last night. And me and Paul have another one with her on Saturday, March 25th. And she would be another perfect researcher to connect to all of the alignments and macro
have you checked out her
geometries
work?
you're finding, Mike?
Michelle Gibson has done a lot of stuff on Earth alignments and things.
Yeah, and canals and stuff, man. So yeah, that'd be brilliant, mate. That'd be absolutely brilliant. Well,
this is great.
I'm gonna jump out now, guys. Anyway.
Cool,
Cheers,
brother.
Paul.
Much love.
Great to see you. Anyway, all right. Ta-da.
See ya.
Ta-da.
Ta-da.
That guy will put a smile on your face every time you hear him talk. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, I know. That Cockney, yeah, man. I don't even say half
Our
the time.
plan, I don't know if you've seen any of the Science of Sound series that we've been doing, Dutch, but Ominous, my good friend Ken the beatboxer, his ideal dream location to perform is the Sophagium in Malta.
Malta.
And, Paul Cook, he started out finding most of this stuff, the geopolymer, and discovering it in the star forts, being in Malta, which is a giant island that is one massive star, like, for island. It's crazy. It really is.
Well, there's also Analog, Ben from Waking Up with Analog. What was that island? I can't remember what it, but he's got proof that there is an island that was man-made. Right? It's just so we've got to go
to Malta, guys.
Made, right?
We got to go to Malta. Let's go to Malta.
Sorry. To finish that thought. We are gonna get Ominous, and we are gonna do an episode of the Science of Sound and a giant meetup of all of us in Malta, and do.
You coming, Dutch?
I'm there. I'm there.
Right.
Duchess and I will both be there. I'll bring my better half, and I'll bring a frequency tone generator so we can hit 180 hertz.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll bring a frequency tone generator and all the meters and everything. I'll bring my Geiger counters. I'll bring all the electronic equipment, EMF detectors, everything. I'll bring it all.
Oh, man, that's good.
And
wow.
also, we're going to have to do
180 hertz dance party.
Well,
Yeah, it'll be like the Matrix, only without any about naked women.
Yeah, bugger.
it's a dance party, not a rave
Who's Morpheus?
party.
Is burning Morpheus then? Does that mean he's leading the underground rave? It's going to smell a little hippie-ish. You might get a few whiffs of some stuff.
Right. Well, the Sophigium is underground, so it's gonna, music performance.
Sophigium, yeah, man.
Can we get
Sophia.
Hutchinson there? Can we please
Yes.
get
Oh,
Hutchinson?
yeah, let's get Hutchinson. Yeah, man.
Oh my God, this would be like the trifecta.
And that's what I was just about to bring up, is that we have to reschedule or schedule as well another future interview with John Hutchinson, Jeremiah, and Jeremy, the alien scientist, to get to the super technical levels of the science and the ultimate nerd out that you guys will have, that's even way over my head a lot of the time.
I love John and Nancy. They came in. John and Nancy came here to St. Louis back in 2011, and we met. They were driving through, and I put them up for 2 days at a hotel, and we got to hang out and play with their trailer full of gear, and it was awesome. I got a video of it. Yeah, I got video of that, our meetup back in 2011. I'd love to talk to them. I haven't talked to them in 10 years.
Nice.
Yeah, we're doing the crystal battery cells now series. So the next one we get scheduled, I will let you know and email you the invite for that as well. Just a couple files of old maps that decided to open up, and this is a repeating one from what seems like the pre-reset of Terra Australis, where Australia was part of Antarctica. And I'd like to get your thoughts on this, Dutch. Does this seem to be going along those same ridge lines or fracture lines that you found? And I have shout out Eric Hecker's comment up here. He's another good one that we'll have to have on a future technical panel. Eric spent a year working down at the South Pole.
And I don't think.
Oh, you're muted, Dutch.
Wow. Okay. Well, working down at the South Pole, I can tell you a story. There's a chief scientist of a place called Leidos, Leidos. They do all the, I guess they handle all the shipping of all the goods down to Antarctica. And this guy joined a group that hates me. This Antarctic scientist. It's so weird, man. Something's going on down in Antarctica. I'd love to talk to you about. And we should definitely talk outside of this.
In Antarctica. Jeez, I'd be proud of that.
Wow. These maps here, I'll tell you what. So, for instance, the first map you showed, if you bent that around origami style, that the bottom of the Earth, that would bend into that ace of spades shape. Yeah, like a flower of life. Really, I would say.
That's what I'm seeing, right? You're seeing those equilateral triangle points out on like the fractal level. I'm pretty sure it will overlay on the now indentation there. So it would have, what was once up is now sunk.
That's something else. The way to view all of these Starford things that I found so far is either turning the Earth 45 degrees or 90 degrees. So, I mean, we're talking about, 45 or 90, like a full right angle. You have to turn Earth on its side to see them properly in their proper orientation. And we know, scientists already told us about this goes into something else entirely I got to bring up, which is Halley's Comet. And Halley's Comet, the discoverer of Halley's Comet, was his name Edwin? Or Edward?
Yeah,
Edwin.
Edwin.
Halley discovered the Halley's Comet. But after he discovered the Halley's Comet, he sailed to the high seas on a pirate ship, what looked like a pirate ship. And he took a special compass that he made that measured the North and the South Pole, what he called the fixed poles, the North and South fixed poles, and the two other poles that he said are moving along the equator. And that he was taking the ship following the equator. This is Edwin Halley in the 1700s. Following with a special compass he made, the moving inner poles that he called them, with the inner sun and the hollow earth, and that Edwin Halley believed there was an inner sun in a hollow earth with two different poles. The fixed poles are tied to the crust, and that the actual moving poles are going along the equator. and he sailed around the world following them. And nobody knows about this. You have to go look it up in freaking old books and shit to find this stuff.
God.
Yeah, for real. And nobody knows what kind of compass he made it himself. And I'm trying to find out if I'd make it if I could. I would do a fundraiser if I had to.
So have you heard about I can't remember his name. There was a guy and he was a UFO researcher from New Zealand, and he was following UFOs and he found that they were always taking the same path, and he ended up mapping these power, I guess, grids, and all the UFOs were basically using these grids for power and flying around on them. I can't remember what his name is. I'll have to find it out. I mean, and then I just can't help but think of the big friendly giant and that kind of stuff, right? When they step into upside down land. Is there another Earth underneath us, right? With another sun and like two poles or something? Oh God, you're doing my head in, Dutch.
Right, like
This gets into the earthquakes. That there's something going on down below down below the San Andreas, the pinnacle of the starboard, down below the New Madrid, the biggest earthquake in U.S. history. This gets in the Titans, the giants, and the difference between a Titan and a giant. A giant would be something that we would talk about maybe being 10 or 15, 20 feet tall, like what I showed you with the mounds. But then we get into the Titans, and this is how I found Tartaria, which was searching the ancient Greek legend. And I found out that there was a war between Kronos and Zeus, the Titans, who took the side of Kronos, and Zeus and the gods. And that the Titans were thousands of feet tall, they said.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if I believe that. I don't know. But
in the Bible, doesn't it say that Adam was 900 feet tall?
There's in the book of Enoch, it talks about.
I was going to say, I believe that's the book of Enoch, yeah.
In the book of Enoch, it definitely talks about giants, Nephilim, fallen angels. But what would we call a fallen angel is somebody who's not from Earth, and comes from somewhere else and not human. So, I mean, people would call them aliens, but I would call them fallen angels. I mean,
fallen if they crashed too, right? Like if
literally
fell from the sky.
Well, I mean, here's another one for you, fallen angels, stars, right? What do they get us to worship? Stars, right? From Hollywood, right? Hollywood is the tree that they make magical wands from. And then films are made up of a cast, right? And then they have their news where they do a broadcast. It's all stars, right? And magic, like fallen angels, stars.
Oh, yeah. This gets into a whole thing about, like, corporate logos and why did the media companies right, like, oh my God, guys, we could have a discussion on this. My God, I had no idea you were even into it.
We're gonna have to have like a conspiracy marathon, I think.
Oh yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Conspiracy. Which
hat
do we wear?
Oh, he's got the hat. All right.
The Sherlock. We got the Sherlock hat,
man.
right? Or if we're gonna talk conspiracies, I suppose we should put on the top hat, right? Or
the
Sherlock hat.
Elongated, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. This one's the best one.
The Faraday cage around the dome.
I've only got a jester's hat, man.
Yeah. Well, you need the Indiana Jones hat, or you need the tinfoil Dora. I've got a tinfoil fedora.
You've got a tinfoil Dora. Oh my God.
My tinfoil Dora will amplify, and it will collect as well.
Oh my goodness, Campbell. That's not real? Is that real?
Can't really
oh wow! I didn't see that. Wow.
I have to change my screen, or
that actually exists?
Yeah, man.
Oh my good! I thought that was like a cover or like a streaming effect.
Listen,
it's a Jesticap.
It's a Jesticap, man. Even Bills.
We got the cowboy.
So there you go.
And I got the shout out to
God, everyone's got hats.
Brand. We'll do the little brand toque there.
And
welcome, Gerald. Good day, Gerald. Gerald's a major part of the real science that we do, and he wants to actually incorporate these vortex coils and the geopolymer aspects and take it to the next level. And also you're already charging in mung beans right now with pulsing your coils and the electric culture experiments.
They're actually
But do you
growing
have a hat,
next
Daryl?
to them right now. What's that, Campbell?
That's the question. But do you have a-
Illuminati confirmed. Shriner hat.
Love that, eh?
It's the Grand Poobah.
The Grand Poobah, yeah,
There you
man.
go. Well, good to meet you, Dutch. I'm overwhelmed. Like, you're awesome, dude. I've been watching you since you had maybe 400 subscribers. So, yeah,
Oh, thank you, man.
awesome work.
Dude,
Awesome.
thank you.
That was 6 channels ago too, remember?
It was. You know what? I said I was going to get that article from NASDAQ, but you know, hearing that you're working on geopolymer, what is it again? You're doing geopolymer for power storage? Is that what it is, or?
Well, as soon as I get my formula right on geopolymer, I'm actually going to be building a replica of a pyramid that works, because I have vortex coils already, which is kind of like the fire within, if you want to look at it that way. So what I'm going to be doing is placing a specific type of geometrical coil inside the pyramid that's built with geopolymer, and I'm going to see if it resonates in a way where it'll create more energy of a working battery system than just basically a tomb is what they believe it is. So that's my goal anyway. That's what I'm working on.
That's cool.
That is really cool. I can't wait to see what the results are. And
Well,
I mean, obviously, if it works, you know, I mean, that's just phenomenal.
Well, as of now, the vortex coil that I've chosen for it, I can take a 12-volt 1-amp wall plug, and I can light up a 150-watt LED grow beam at maximum for literally like 12 watts. So that, coupled with the geopolymer acting as a battery resonator, maybe get some more output than what I'm getting now. So that's the goal.
That's huge. That's huge. Even if you're generating 1 watt, even 1 watt out of it would be phenomenal. So I mean, that's just wow. You know, I'll if you want to talk off here, I'd be happy to talk with you too. I've got something I'd like to share with you. I've got a video I made called "Wireless Power Printed on Paper," or just power printed on paper, and it has to do with layers and electrons, valence electrons, and so forth. But it might come in handy for you if you want to use it. I'll give it to you. I put it out there for the world to use. I'll give you the formula and how to make it and everything.
You give me the formula, and if it works, I'll give you a working machine once it's complete. There you go.
Why?
I could use as many LED lights as possible.
Yeah, I hear that. Well, now I did an experiment yesterday, and this is something I've got on video. I haven't released yet, but I'm going to release in the very next few days. I can
Right now, right here?
No, I can't do it right here right now. No, it's on my separate camera, so I can't. I got to upload it on my laptop. It's kind of a pain in the butt, but I'm now lighting LEDs, which is the bank of 4. The strip that you see in one of the videos, it's probably about 80 watts of LED. Then I'm lighting another 15-watt LED bulb, as well as running that power into a transformer that's charging a 12-volt battery, all off of 8 watts. So I'm playing with it, and it's amazing tech. It's going to be released for free. I'm going to go after the market of people that can't build them or don't want to build them themselves, but all the plans and everything and how to build them will be released for free, so that anyone that wants to build them themselves can. So I've been doing tutorials. Those will be getting released on Bernie's channel because I promised him. So he's got the scoop, but that's coming. So I'm almost there.
That's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. I mean, you know, who wants to be a billionaire? Honestly, like, if you really think about it, like, who would really want to be a billionaire? It'd be, you know, with more money comes more problems. So billionaire would suck. So it's better.
They only let you have that much if they have something else on you. You know, like that's what
I mean. If you're getting, you know, free land, free electricity, you know, growing your own food, you don't need $1 billion, do you?
Well, that's the other part of it too. The electroculture. If we prove it in these experiments that I'm doing now, from what I learned in the past and what I'm doing now, and all the old data that I've gotten from all these newspapers, just blows my mind. We're going to be able to grow food 1/3 quicker with almost double the output, at least at 60%.
Wow.
So that's going to help a ton of people once they these experiments complete, if they're conclusive. Again, right now they're experiments.
And it's also less water, no fertilizer and less water too, isn't it?
Yes, big time. Yeah. And
That's
it can
amazing.
all be stemmed from atmospheric electricity. You could use a little solar panel to start it. It's so easy how this can be put together. So one step at a time. But again, when those experiments are conclusive, then again, that's another aspect to this tech. So my belief system is, when it comes to the pyramids, when they were operating, and I'm sorry if I'm taking up the spotlight here for a moment, but when they were operating, they acted as power systems that ionized the air at the base of the pyramid. And with the ebb and flow of the River Nile, which was much closer to the pyramid at the time, because of what's underneath the pyramid, which is basically a huge piezoelectric crystal, when the ebb and flow of the water would come up from the waxing and waning of the moon, it would create that pressure and high voltage within the pyramid, and the whole high voltage coupled with breaking water from into hydrogen and oxygen, the flow of the gas turning into plasma, with the sound coupled with the resonance of the actual geopolymer of the pyramid itself, acted as an ionization for the whole ground area, like a big electroculture system, and the water acted as the negative. So it was almost like a Garden of Eden surrounding all the pyramids when they were in operation. That's part of the.
If they remove the water, that would turn them off.
Yeah, and there was a couple other reasons why they shut off. Like, if you go back into the history books of when, I wouldn't say history books, you'd have to actually go into the Bible, and you go to Moses when he took the Israelites out of Egypt. He also took the Ark of the Covenant. At least that's theory.
Which
so
also fit exactly inside the sarcophagus in the King's Chamber of the Great Pyramid.
Which, because of the way it was built, would act like a giant capacitor.
Your capacitor, yeah, exactly.
On that point, it would facilitate the pulse within the resonance of the pyramid itself. So
okay, so that could kill it as well. So it was yeah.
So that's part of the theory. I'm gonna kind of release that out all in a series of videos in the near future. But yeah, so that's where I'm at with that.
I think you're right, Gerald. You know, I just wanted to show you something that I put it into the chat room while we're talking here, but
you mentioned bring it up on screen. Let's all see.
Oh, I will. I'll bring it up here on screen right now. Check it out. Look at this. This is now. First of all, you mentioned the capacitor and the water flowing. It's us into St. Louis, Missouri, for instance. Here in St. Louis, here's a plan of the French from the 1790s showing St. Louis downtown. And on the north side, look which way the north is. So north is pointing to the right. But in the north side of St. Louis, we have an old star fort where they're building the Geospatial Agency now, which I showed at the start of this broadcast. This is where the Geospatial Agency is being built now in 2023. And you'll notice that around it is water, and it's flowing out and then falling down a waterfall where they have a bridge. And then it goes down to the Mississippi River. Now, the St. Louis Arch has been built right here along the river, and right across the river are the Cahokia Mounds with their whole layer thing going on with the multiple layers.
Earth batteries.
Right. Now, the flowing water is a big thing because this star fort here has been hidden. Now, why would the U.S. government come in and build all these bases in the middle of each one of these star fort shapes when it's so obvious now? The flowing water thing ties in. This also ties in with ghosts. I'm not into, ghost hunting, but I did do ghost hunts before. And I know that there's all kinds of talk about flowing water and spirits and all kinds of stuff like that. So there's something to this.
Water holds memory.
Yeah, exactly. And they could possibly be an electrostatic formulation of, say, like a plasma, but due to the memory in the water and the water creating the electrostatic flow by going past the geopolymer that could have some sort of property in that sense, it could actually create a spot where you would see that as an apparition, but really it's a plasmatic form of memory that comes from the water. It's just a thought.
I like that, actually. That resonates with me. So it's like plasma and water, or plasma conscious memory taking form out of the memory of water.
I don't know if it's conscious. Think of it more like a snapshot of a moment in time that's repeated due to those
formerly conscious a recorded conscious moment, a flicker, essentially.
That kind of seems more realistic. I don't know. Again, it's just a thought.
Yeah, it's like those ghost cameras they used to have. In the 1800s, you've seen those, all like like they're mirrors, and they get like apparitions and ghosts in them, like these weird machines they had.
Yeah,
that's. You've seen those pictures?
I've never looked into that.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll pop up now. Sorry, what were you saying there, Mr. Dutch? Mr. Synth.
Oh, oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Either or. The ghost thing. I'm not trying to get too weird on us or anything, but on the ghost thing, that the Victorian mansions are the mud flutters, right? So we've got the Victorian mansions, we've got the mud flutters, we've got the use of what you could call, I mean, what would you want to call it? Some kind of geometry? You know, I don't want to call it sacred geometry because that gets a little, onto a different
that's
realm.
why it is sacred. It's the geometry that is the structure of the universe, energy, matter, and the realm.
Geometry gives off a field, like certain different fields and stuff. Based on the shapes. Yeah.
This could explain
the theory of what you're finding, Dutch. You're finding geometrical energy forms that were literally turned into matter of previous civilizations and how they operated, maybe on some sort of a subconscious level. I don't know, but what you're finding is absolutely amazing. So
it could be the long skulls have a resonance. I mean, it might be something as simple as a longer wave in your skull, and a standing wave in your skull, or something. I mean,
possible.
That's how they're telepathic.
Yeah, definitely, like telepathy. But it wouldn't be mystical telepathy. It would be scientific telepathy. There'd be a reason behind it. There'd be some reason that would happen. That would explain why they were special, why they were the kings and queens, why they had the long skulls. Yeah. They were literally projecting their thoughts, and it's just possible.
And then what do they put on the top of all the cathedrals and basilicas? Are domes, right? What do they call bald men? Chrome dome.
Hey, chrome dome, that fits with a lot of church steeples have mercury in the steeple tip. Right?
Yes,
you guys know this about the mercury?
Yeah. Mercury,
now, this fits with something Paul Cook found, which was the mercury arc rectifier.
Yes.
The rectifier converts AC, the radio wave, into DC for use.
And vice versa.
Yeah, DC to AC, the rectification, right? And that gets
and it self-rectifies so it never burns out. That's the other crazy part about that mercury rectifier. And then they were
and of course, now mercury's illegal because it kills you, right? Even though kids used to play with it in their hands in the 60s, now it's suddenly deadly.
Yeah, same with uranium, right? Like, radioactive. It's supposedly
it's like
lead. Lead.
And where did we get radiation from? Right, Marie Curie, right? Mercury.
Oh yeah. Oh hey, I didn't realize that. Wow.
Yeah, Marie Curie. Yeah. it's everywhere. It's all spelled out. They tell us that. They tell us. We just got to work it out.
In your face. It's straight up in your face. It's like Woodrow Wilson being president during World War I, right? Like Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge, Franz Ferdinand. They're all double-letter names. It's like, wait, that's World War I. Like, World War I, Woodrow Wilson, Calvin Coolidge.
World War I, where they had planes, flying around that were invented literally 3 years prior, and then suddenly they had machine guns mounted on them and planes everywhere, and it's just dumb.
the plane story. You guys know I found a steam-powered plane, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Built by Langley. Look this one up. Search Langley. The first aircraft carrier is named after this guy. It's hidden in history.
We demand you are the screen hog today, so you've already got it. You just post it up, please, for us to see.
All right, let me get it here. Let me search Langley steam powered airplane. Now this was years before the Wright brothers. So let me get this on screen here. Hold on. This is funny. I can't believe I'm going down this rabbit hole. Yeah, I wasn't planning on it, but
hey, here with the mud flood, his story. Reset Tartarian Starfort community. We need some steampunk in here, and
so first of all,
powered plane before the Wright brothers.
Right, and the pictures of this thing flying in the sky were taken by Alexander Graham Bell. So it was hidden, right? And now it was powered by steam, and they launched it from a catapult to get it going. But once it was up, it kept going as long as you have water in there, and it had a condenser that would pull water out of the air and put it back into its tank so it could keep flying through the moist air. And they fly through the clouds to collect more water, to put into the condenser, to give itself more steam, to turn it and keep going. And they said it was, look, 1896. Look, first genuine success on May 6, 1896. Whoops.
I'm looking for that Mercury rectifier right now in the drive that's been put together from old technologies. So I've also read somewhere that there was an actual electric plane in 1916. I don't know if you've heard anything about that.
I believe that.
Wow.
Hey,
how
about the
Tesla electric car? Oh yeah, that's the one. Is that New Mexico? That's
This is the Ukraine Great Wall of Starforts here, and so let's just take a 5-minute bathroom break or smoke break for whoever needs, and I'm going to play this clip, and this clip right here is you play it through Twitter, and it blocks the ads and actually gives you higher quality audio and video than playing through YouTube itself. And as you can see right here, that is that same geometry of what they call the Bastion Fort or the Battery Star Fort here. And this is a buried one, and that we're going to show here that you find one about every mile along this wall for thousands of kilometers across the Ukraine and Siberia, the former Tartaria, and that these are the same basic battery geometries and fundamental fractal geometry that Dutch Sense has been pointing out to us over and over again throughout this. And here's a bigger wall. We dubbed it the Great Wall of Tartaria because it's through the actual areas of the maps, Siberia, that used to be called Tartaria, and that there's literally no history for these. And you have the Foundation of America, the said her name earlier, in New York, the
Statue of Liberty.
Statue of Liberty was built off the base of one of these, and then there's like a wall thousands of kilometers long of buried ones of these with no history across the current flashpoint of Crimea off the Dnieper River and through Siberia, aka Tartaria.
And thank you to everyone who has donated today. Thank you.
I recently found one up north, actually, that we should go over later. After the break, of course.
All right.
I just posted into the chat room for anybody who wants to see it. World War II drones and B-17 bomber remote control airplanes that I found, that they flew through the nuclear tests out at the Bikini Atoll, and that they had full-on drone B-17 bombers in World War II with no people on them. And I just posted the article. You can go see it. They got pictures of it all flying around and everything. They had fully remote controlled drone B-17 bombers in World War II.
We've got a bot in one of the chats. I don't know whose it is. Can mods get rid of that, please? Some sex Tinder chat thing.
We're getting attacked by the the freaking porn
Tinder
bots.
bots.
that have
I
been
think it's
turning-
not my
It's sexy
channel.
time, guys. Paul was here. Paul was here, and look what happens, man. I'm telling you, the guy brings it out.
All
Make
the
everybody
tigers.
sweat.
My crypto alchemist. Did they attack it all at once? Interesting. That's why I literally make everybody in my live chats moderators, because the porn bots were so bad for a while that they're relentless. So you make everybody mod, they can't get out there, and it's ridiculous because once you start making a bunch of people moderators, then they will delete anybody else that they have a disagreeing volume.
Indeed. All right, press play. I'll be back.
And if we come back,
I'll be right back too. I guess I'm going to have a quick break as well.
Me as well.
We'll get into this wall as well.
Yeah, so this
How's
is
the
what we
sound?
dubbed the Great Wall of Tartaria, and that we'll be getting Olaf, the Sverker channel, Olaf, to come on with us to do a full presentation of where it begins in the Black Sea, across all of the Ukraine, and then across all of Siberia into the Russian Arctic Ocean. And this is just for the middle of Ukraine.
And you'll see, I mean, this one, is very, very hard to sort of point out, but you can see sort of a bit of a star point there and down here. And that's been marked because Olaf, he's got a YouTube channel, Olaf the Sverker. He was getting the old maps of this area and overlaying them on Google Earth. And then, the old maps would show where these stars were. And then he would overlay the map, and he'd find in a lot of circumstances these old stars. Because, otherwise, imagine just randomly trying to search for this stuff. Because look, here's another one, right? Look at that imprint in the ground. Just wait for it to buffer a bit, but you can still see this star. And it looks like there was a bit here they couldn't get rid of. It's still sticking out the ground. But again, they've just put a farm over the top of it. And there's all these other, interesting, circles and bits and pieces in the ground as well. And of course, always, next to waterways and things.
Everybody can hear
And
the
some
sound
of
good,
them
right?
do have like fortress names and histories, but as we go through and we've discovered, and Olaf has discovered, especially as it gets into Russia on the other side of Ukraine, that there's not even official histories for lots of these forts along this wall.
You can see this one was obviously the foundations were a bit too big and a bit too high, so they've just gone around it. But we can see a bit more in this one. We can see this point below it, which is called a cavalier. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure it's a cavalier. And if they're attached to the fort, they're called bastions. This is all obviously talk about when they're war. But another thing, a lot of these forts, the army and the armed forces, they call them batteries. Right? But then, of course, all the troops come out and charge. So, we think there's a lot hidden in the language as well, as far as what the function of these things were. But if we come down here, we'll start to see this wall that just appears out of the landscape, and the same features. We get these, we'll call them bastions. These, pointy spear tips.
Also petals.
The same kind of stuff that we see here. Pedal, yeah. Pedals is probably better. That's what Olaf is calling them. Pedals is much nicer, right? Much
and
less
they're the
violent.
exact same shape and wall as, for instance, the map that we showed of New York City, the Wall Street, that wall. This is the same identical infrastructure pedal bastion wall that is Wall Street, yet it's the other side of the world, and no real official history of wall itself was or when it was built.
Oh, did we just lose Bernie? Okay, so
I've got my camera off just to try to preserve bandwidth.
Oh, you keep cutting out a bit there. Okay, so we're just following this wall, Now, if Google would be nice, you'll see. So here, we get these pointy bits along this wall, and there's another one there. They seem to be pretty equidistant, and like Bernie was saying, these are the exact same features we see in all the star cities, and we saw in that picture of New York. On Wall Street was this exact same kind of wall, and we don't even know, why they have these, bastions, these pointy bits, but they're everywhere. They're equidistant along all the old structures. And this wall, and you can see how old it is. There's literally just remnants of it left. You can still see it. There's another pointy bit, and there's a big one, which probably means there's a star close by. And it just keeps going, always close to water. And then up here, see, it starts again. There's another pointy bit. So again, like Bernie was saying, there's no narrative at all as to who built this. And this thing is a massive, massive construction. Still going down here, you can see another pointy bit. Down here. Oh, and look, there we have another star forward. A star just sitting in the middle of nowhere, right? And again, they've had to go around this one rather than covering it up because the base is obviously too big. So you can see that there's a connection between these walls, these stars, and as I've been mentioning, they're always close to water. Now, you can kind of see the remnants of the water here. This place as well has been bombed. It's been carpet bombed. You can see, like, if we go down to places like, it's probably not the best one, but in some areas, it's literally just pitted with holes. But you can see all the markers for this wall. It just keeps going and going. And here's another star, right?
Just
but no narrative as to who built these stars. So it's like we've been saying, this is the same stuff that you can find in the Americas, in Africa, in Europe. It's the same stuff. That's why we keep saying it's built by the same civilization, right? Like there's a bit of the wall there you can see. It's just and we sort of spent I don't know 3 or 4 hours doing this, but with more time we're pretty sure that this would map right across, because when I pull out, the same stuff is up here. So no doubt this system goes, and no doubt it just spreads out and goes everywhere, I would think. But up here, we see these same canals and these same, star forts and things up in, what's this? Is this the Baltic Sea?
Yeah, this just off of the Baltic.
Be the Sea of Tartary, didn't it?
Right behind.
Oh, that's the Baltic there, yeah.
Yeah, is that either St. Petersburg? Yeah, behind St. Petersburg. But so this canal system through St. Petersburg actually goes through the rivers, connects to Moscow.
All right, I paused it there. I'm seeing your comments and requests. I will be posting all the links for Gerald's channel for this video and everybody else's. I'm just going to finally run to the washroom quickly as we wait for everyone else to get back. There's about 5 minutes left in this current video, and then we will take it to the next topic. Love you all, and enjoy the rest of this clip.
Then goes south all the way down to where we were going through the Black Sea and Azov Sea and the Dnieper system there. And right there, that's a prime example of exactly that entire coast.
Yeah. And this is an interesting one. I think this is probably partly because of water levels rising. It's this canal. It's right on the coast.
And surely some of the canals are newer developments and newer infrastructure, but it's that when there just has to be comparative research of bringing up all of the old maps, sourcing them, and you'll be shocked at how many times there's actually even more canals in the ancient older maps than even do exist today, and you end up finding dried up ones and everything. It's just
Mm.
mind-boggling each time we go in.
Yeah. I mean, clearly, some of this is new, and some of they've done some retro work and that, but the old system itself is definitely old world, because it's not complete. It sort of goes along, then you find some covered up bits, and then it just sort of pops out somewhere else. But they obviously are tying into it, where they can use it. But I mean, so yeah, look, if you look at this area, if Google let us, I mean, you can sort of see, it just looks like it's been decimated by something. Like the landscapes you see out here, they're just very strange. Not that Google's been very helpful. And there's these just like pitted with holes and stuff. Like down here, you see all these just sort of random kind of holes, and they're just sort of everywhere. So it looks like this whole place was literally bombed out. Look, I mean, look at this landscape. All these,
Right, and it's
just very
similar to
strange.
like Alaska and the Yukon as well, and then all of the Siberian coast. And they claim that it's from this glacial ice scarring. But when you go into some of these ancient maps that we'll go through at the end here of Tartaria, in the northeastern Siberia, any former civilization, yet you'll see these castles and these cities all marked on these rivers and stuff. And then when you go through on Google Earth, it just looks like these massively blown out, bombed out former ruins and war zones.
It really does, and Google's not. Oh, hang on, let's have a look. But this kind of stuff, just these kind of random, holes everywhere. It's just all over this region, but also these lines in the ground. I mean, that could be a road, but look at this. This looks like a big foundation of some kind of big building. And even when we come in on these cities, we get this look where they all kind of splay out from a centerpiece. That's another thing, is all the cities, they seem to be laid out in the same way. There you go. So make sure you subscribe, share this around, guys. Stay awesome, and we'll talk to you all next upload.
Bye for now.
Every city, please.
Estonia, and that it's this canal system, literally from where we are right here in the Black Sea, the Azov Sea, at the edge of Ukraine, travels the entire European continent, I guess, connecting the Baltic to the Black Sea. And who built it and when? It just boggles the mind.
It's ridiculous. This one, as you can see, like all dead straight, but it just goes on forever. And they enter, oh, come on, Google, they enter lakes often, and different sort of water features, and then they just pop out the other side and keep going. Oh, come on, Google, it's not being nice, but you can see it coming all the way down here, and it just keeps going. And this, when you look at it, this is a massive infrastructure. It's huge, the amount of territory it covers, and they're just going, winding through all this farmland, nothing around them. And as you can see here, they have these lakes, and they'll come in one side down here, and then they just pop out the other side. So this was a fully integrated system, of water, and we don't know, but we think that the water was something to do with, the power, the electricity or something, or at least, the frequency. Obviously water is current, right?
But
Just like electricity, but
the
you see them
infrastructure of the
connected up with the
travel and
stars.
trade too, right? That they had these full of water highways across the entire world that they had built at a time that they shouldn't have been able to even measure the ground to be stable to do this. It's crazy.
It is. Now look at this. So this is, can you see the imprint here of this star in the ground. And
100%.
clearly,
We have the imprint of another star.
Just so everybody knows, when I'm typing in chat,
just
it's
sitting
putting
there
what I'm
and
saying,
so
Dutch
this
sense,
is just been leveled and
as
they've just
being
built
said
a
by
farm on the top of it.
everybody,
see
including
this a
Bernie and
lot,
Zertus and a bunch
these,
of other people. I don't know why it's doing that,
foundations
but
showing through.
just so you know, they're not.
And there's more along this
They're not
line. So you can
typing
see,
what
I mean,
I'm
imagine
typing.
how old that is. It's
Like,
almost
we're not
not
all
there
typing the
anymore.
same thing at once. Just letting
and
everybody
this
know
is
that. I don't know why
there's a
it's doing
wall that connects all these that goes along next to this man-made canal system. So, you know, we're finding all this stuff and it's all connected. Here's another one, right? This imprint of this star, and they've just built a farm over it. But that's clearly a star, you know, what they want us to think is a star fort. Just the foundations of it. And if we come back, I mean, you can see there's a line of stars here, but we'll get into this wall as well.
Yeah, so this is what we dubbed the Great Wall of Tartaria, and that we'll be getting Olaf, the Sverker channel, Olaf, to come on with us to do a full presentation of where it begins in the Black Sea, across all of the Ukraine, and then across all of Siberia into the Russian Arctic Ocean. And this is just a segment of it off of the Dnieper River in the middle of Ukraine.
And you'll see, I mean, this one, you know, is very, very hard to sort of point out, but you can see sort of a bit of a star point there and down here. And that's been marked because Olaf, he's got a YouTube channel, Olaf Sverker. He was getting the old maps of this area and overlaying them on Google Earth. And then, you know, the old maps would show where these stars were. And then he would, you know, overlay the map and he'd find in a lot of circumstances these old stars. Because, I mean, you know, otherwise, imagine just randomly trying to search for this stuff. Because look, here's another one, right? Look at that imprint in the ground. Just wait for it to buffer a bit, but you can still see this star. And it looks like there was a bit here they couldn't get rid of. It's still sticking out the ground. But again, they've just put a farm over the top of it. You know, and there's all these other, you know, interesting, you know, circles and bits and pieces in the ground as well. And of course, always, you know, next to waterways and things.
And some of them do have like fortress names and histories, but as we go through and we've just, Olaf has discovered, especially as it gets into Russia on the other side of Ukraine, that there's not even official histories for lots of these forts along this wall.
So they've just gone around it. But we can see a bit more on this one. We can see this point below it, which is called a cavalier. Is that correct? I'm pretty sure it's a cavalier. And if they're attached to the fort, they're called bastions. You know, this is all obviously talk about when they're war. But another thing, you know, a lot of these forts, you know, the army and the armed forces, they call them batteries, right? Batteries. And then, of course, all the troops come out and charge. So, you know, we think there's a lot hidden in the language as well, as far as what the function of these things were. But if we come down here, we'll start to see this wall that just appears out of the landscape. And the same features. We get these, you know, we'll call them bastions, these, you know, pointy spear tips.
Also petals.
The same kind of stuff that we see here. Pedal, yeah. Pedals is probably better. That's what Olaf is calling them. You know, pedals is much nicer, right? Much
and
less
they're the
violent.
exact same shape and wall as, for instance, the map that we showed of New York City, the Wall Street, that wall. This is the same identical infrastructure pedal bastion wall that is Wall Street, yet it's the other side of the world and no real official history of what the wall itself was or when it was built.
Oh, did we just lose Bernie? Okay, so
I've got my camera off just to try to preserve bandwidth.
We just regained Bernie, and Bernie's been posting the links in the live chat for everybody. We got Campbell back. We got Dutch Sense and Jill. We're all here. All right. What did you guys think of that one? Catch a little bit of that?
I could go on for 2 hours on everything that you guys said there. I mean, the giant wall, the wall with the star forts along it, reminds me of the 1,400-mile long islands out in the Pacific that they're spaced just like that along a giant, what I would think would be wall, but ancient, absolutely ancient.
Well, yeah, we'll have to measure the distance between those bastions, and because it's probably all based on like an ancient cubit length or something, just different ratios.
Right. Like the 1,400-mile thing is really weird.
I bet it'll be divisible. It'll be divisible and like scale perfectly ratio with that 1,400-mile and 666 mile or kilometer one that you're getting. Guaranteed it will scale into it. Oh, you're muted again.
And of course, 666 is 18. With, 180. Oh, it was 1,400, wasn't it? 180 was the tune, wasn't it? That's right, the frequency.
Yeah, I don't know what the deal is with the 666 on the Antarctica, but that fits with the astronaut guy who said it was the most evil place that he had ever seen or something. It's like, okay, all right. It's getting a little weird, But, you were talking about the Starford things, and I wanted to show you something that you might not know about that's in New York City.
Yes,
and
please.
Most people just kind of gloss it over and ignore. Here we are in the Bronx, okay? And I'll zoom it out so we can see where we are in the Bronx. Yeah, as you would imagine, big projects, huge brick structures. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn you around, and we're going to look at what the projects are built on top of.
Okay.
Now, okay, yeah. So the projects are built on top of what's called Fort Tryon. And we're told that this is the old English fort that used to exist that was here, but it's not. It's huge. It goes on for 10 miles. And
those apartment complexes are built on the foundation walls of that star fort. Like, look at that right there.
Have you seen the pictures of the Bronx in like the 60s and 70s?
Yeah, the crumbling Bronx.
How destroyed it is.
They got destroyed, completely destroyed.
Oh, look, they blurred it out.
They literally blur out the parts, and then the parts that are closer are most likely a new facade. And the dual word meaning of facade, it's hilarious how when it was the newfound land, reclaimed land, and they refacaded all of the architecture, these old world castles and stuff.
Look at this. Your mind's going to be... Look at this. This is what the new buildings are built on top of. This, which goes. This is again. I can't believe it. Now you're not going to believe it, but there's old brick buildings that are on top of the Star Fort that are built new brick buildings on top of the old brick buildings that were there. Yeah. Apparently, even before there's brick, there's the Fort Tryon or whatever it's called. And that's a load of crap. It's not Fort Tryon. Now, I'm going through here, and as I'm going through, I found hidden structures that New York has deliberately hidden. And they've allowed ivy and other things to grow over what were there, which are giant megalithic stones of massive proportion. Now, I'm going to back it out and show you where we are in New York in case you're familiar with New York. Let's bring this back due north. There's Fort Tryon.
Fort Tryon, yeah.
Okay, now we're going to go along the highway right here, and we'll show you what's really there. This is mind-blowing. They've allowed ivy to grow up on the old walls that are here, and they are old walls that are here, and some of them, it started to collapse. They had to come in and clear out all the ivy to fix the wall from it collapsing and everything sliding out from underneath. And this is what's there. Now, up on top of here are a bunch of old brick. See these brick buildings here?
Oh, wow.
All of these, they have castle tops on them. Every one of these.
Sorry, I gotta stop you for 1 sec, Dutch. The castle parts, and that you see it's like that cobblestone wall of amalgamation, and that is castle. So that's still old world, but that's like the newest
newer
old world,
old
the
world.
crappier facade
It's a
of
smaller.
the
It's not
old
megalithic.
world. And
Yeah.
that's guaranteed below that is then the geopolymer layers of the
Titans.
base foundation of these structures on the macro scale from probably the Atlantean, Lemurian, or giant ages, or in modern science we call it the Young Dryas event, or the time before the last ice age, aka 12,000 years ago, aka, as Graham Hancock points out in all the work of Randall Carlson with him, of how the oceans actually rose 400 feet in only a matter of a couple years at that period in time, and there was a massive catastrophe, and that what we dub mud flood in this research community is that there's all of these cathedrals and leftover mega structure buildings that are found, and that nowadays when they're renovated, they dig up and dig below the foundations, and that there's buried layers of even larger entrances, of windows that are covered by like tens of feet, like a couple of stories lots of the time, and that these aren't the bottom layers with these windows and bigger doors that have been covered for mud the entire time aren't even included in the original blueprints and schematics and architectural drawings of these refound, reclaimed robber baron facaded buildings and architecture.
Yeah, they didn't build any foundations, man. It was just all old buildings.
This was already here. They built this house on top of it, an Art Deco house on top of this old, what looks like an old bridge footing. Now, when you look at that old bridge, that's massive. But here's the current new bridge, the Brooklyn Bridge. So there was an old bridge that extended off of this above the bay and harbor that went all the way across. And they tell us that's an Art Deco house. Now, this is the mind blower that nobody's going to believe. See these big, massive structures up here, these big apartment complexes? They're housing projects for the Brooklyn, for Brooklyn. These are called the Castle Point housing projects, and they're built with the bricks of the old castle that was here.
Right, the word spell again, the root words. D. Nico pointing out foundation.
Look how many there are.
Foundation.
Okay, so there was an old castle that they said was built in the 1920s by a baron of some kind, some guy's name, and they said that he tore down his castle and built all these housing projects for the poor people because he was concerned about the poor. And so these structures here with these castle tops are built from the bricks of the old brick castle that was up here that they said that they tore down to build those places.
Right, and that's just like Egypt, where they claim, or they documented that they took all the stones from several pyramids down and deconstructed it and destroyed, removing several even larger pyramids. Now we've found, shout out Ancient Historia channel, Luke. Michael, you met him last time, our first stream. He was with us. The younger gay fellow, but
I mean, Paul Cook's finding this as well with where they're reusing, and he's also finding where they're cutting up the bigger blocks into smaller ones, and that's what they're building, the newer stuff with. So it's all just, that's that saying, right? We're standing on the shoulders of giants, but literally, we're building on their foundations.
We're parts of them anyway.
Right, and so Luke found on the Nile, this Nazra, where the waterfalls of the Nile used to be. Now there's a giant dam and lake there, and that in fact, in all the old maps from the 1600s and all the ancient Greek testimonies of the area and their maps, right at this waterfall below it, that there was even larger pyramids than the Giza pyramids, and they were at the steeper angle like the Nubian pyramids further up at the beginning of the Nile there in Ethiopia, Sudan, but that the tallest one was 1,400 feet tall.
As tall as the
that's a mountain. That's a 1,000 foot's a mountain. So
as tall as the Empire State Building it was.
Yeah, the Empire State Building.
Sphinxes
And then we
But
went and
also,
checked it. Campbell pulled up Google Earth, and we checked the spot right where below where the waterfall would have been, and then now it's covered by a lake. But where that 1,400-foot pyramid was, there was a giant stone quarry. It was one of the main quarries now, right where all the ancient maps and pictures depicted this 1,400-foot pyramid is now. And speak of the devil, welcome, Luke.
The other thing is they changed. They changed the course of the Nile. And so what you were saying before, Gerald, about water needing to be on, to rise up to set them off. If they change the course of the Nile, then they take the water, the current, right, away from it and turn it all off.
They would shut down the negative aspect of how that electrical circuit runs. My question was that Nubian pyramid, 1,400 foot high, not a question, more of a statement. That's built at 76.345 degrees angle. That would make it an antenna, almost like cell phone towers today. In fact, I kind of wonder if cell phone towers are built at that same angle.
Yeah, I've heard that.
It's important.
And there's also all that research that the Russians did on the pyramids with the different angles at the top, and they were like,
I have some research on that, and different angles of pyramids and the degrees and what they do and what parts of the body it heals, and very interesting stuff. Pyramids are amazing. Shape power, I guess you'd call it. There's a little more to it than that. Don't get me wrong. That's more of a subtle energy, but very interesting.
The numbers, patterns, right? Like the golden ratio, the Fibonacci sequence, and Mike pointed out there that it's 1,400 again. That 1,400 feet, just like the 1,400 miles between all the islands.
Well, an antenna is what, 1,725 feet? So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Is that not what it is?
I gotta show this part in correlation. This is the Grand Canyon topographical map.
And I just didn't want to interrupt you. Sorry, bro.
Oh, okay. Hello, Luke.
Welcome, Luke. Ancient Story. So yeah, this is two topographical maps of the main pyramid complex section of the Grand Canyon, where King Cade's discovery was reported, and where this Isis temple is. This is the closest one of the 50 pyramid marked temples that anybody can see or walk up to access. Not a lot of people know that this entire area of the Grand Canyon is not just a no-fly zone 24/7, 12 months of the year, that they actually have active denial systems for drones there. Shout out to our good friend Rex Bear at Leak Project. He's gone there a couple times, and he has it on camera where he had his drone going over trying to explore it, and then all of a sudden just boom, they crashed it. They freaking fried it.
Well,
and then
I was just
after on video that he has it filmed, and it's on his channel, of the Apache helicopter coming up from out of the canyon, and like they were chased out by an Apache helicopter, and they were just on the edge of the Grand Canyon, of the main site that you can look out to here and see.
What if it's a no-fly zone because it's still producing electricity and it's stuff? It was the actual area that sank the drone because it stuffed with the electrics.
That's possible, and that would explain why the compasses always start spinning in certain areas around these places.
There you go. It's in operation then, because I'll tell you this: all the research I've done in the coils I build, they make my compasses spin, or I can direct at what pole goes where. If I want the south pole on the bottom, I can do that, or I can make it continuously spin. So that's when it's operating in like a vortex. That's exactly what a pyramid does. It's torsion mechanics. It builds a torsion field above at the top of the pyramid itself. So if it is still operating, and you're absolutely right, a drone in the wrong spot caught that wave, be gone.
So the drone actually crashing, Rex believes, and there's more cases of this, that it's actually the Park Rangers National Guard, and was probably a active denial drone unit on the Apache helicopter that he filmed a few minutes later that crashed it, and that like they straight hijacked it and then like intentionally destroyed it, like where they accelerated it into the cliff sort of thing as soon as they got it. This is one of the geoglyphs, or I think this is a geoglyph, or earthenwork, whatever you want to call it, of Nazca, Peru, the same area, Dutch, that you were showing the Nazca, it was Nazca, Peru skulls, right?
Yeah.
And so this
Wow.
is from the hill mountain there, which is now desert, down to the ocean. So this is a couple hundred feet, I believe. And it's been there, they say it's thousands of years, just as old as the rest of the Nazca lines. So this is clearly a fractal ray antenna of sorts.
I was just about to say. Yeah, sorry,
right?
Go ahead.
Straight fractal ray antenna, and it has very similar geometries to the under ocean structures that you were showing at
Also looks like a trident.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to apologize to everyone, by the way. I'm going to sound really nasally because I've just come out of surgery like 2 hours ago.
Out of surgery?
Yeah. Just, yeah. I should still be at hospital, actually, but...
Oh, that's why Luke's not showing his face.
It's all done up.
Well, it wasn't anything to do with the other stream the other night, was it?
No. I didn't overdo it. No, I had a nose surgery planned for today, and had it
was
done.
a cosmetic plan.
It's not cosmetic. It's quite functional.
Come on, you're trying to look like David Beckham, aren't you?
Oh, I'm going to come on tomorrow with a completely different nose. But yeah, no, it's quite awful, because at least in England, right, you know, they kind of let you go. They're like, sign this form and you can leave, and you could have an axe in your head and they'd be like, sign the form. It's not our problem. So as long as you sign the form, you're all right. So this rule was like, you know, you got to stay until like 5, and I was like, 5? Give me the form. Sign the form. Pulled the cannula out my arm. They're like, you can't do that. It's like, yes, I can. I've signed the form.
I've signed the form. You're no longer liable.
Walking out, like, covering my own blood, like, see you later, bitches. But yeah, it was.
So if you
I might have to go, guys. It's almost midnight here, and hitting 3 hours.
Fair enough. Good, Campbell.
So you guys can feel free to keep going if you want to keep going.
Okay.
Could I address one thing that everybody, before anybody goes, because there's going to be a lot of people when I play this back on my channel or whatever, and they will address it and bring up the famous excuse that everyone brings up when we're seeing a lot of this stuff, which is they try to say it's pareidolia, which is people try to say that we're seeing shapes and things and that we're not really seeing anything, and that blah 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 doesn't mean anything. But I would bring back up what we started talking about at the start of this whole thing, which is the military bases in the middle of each one.
Sorry, before you continue on with that and addressing exactly what you're talking about, these topographical maps of the pyramids there. So topographical map means the lowest part is this river, the base, and then the highest point is the peaks. And each of the peaks are these exact pyramids and temples that are literally called Isis temple, Hindu temple, Ra temple, and so forth. But that they perfectly align up. The peaks of each of those pyramid temples in the Grand Canyon perfectly align up to each star in the Orion constellation in the sky, as well as the other major stars in the vicinity sky of the Orion constellation, so that there's not just it, but even more. And that it's perfect proportion, star for star, or star for peak, over 30 stars and peaks of these pyramid temple structures there. So that if you're trying to claim pareidolia or some coincidence. It's
Come back, Bernie.
absolutely.
The connection lords have spoken.
Yes.
Dutch, carry on.
Losing your bit of your finale there, Bernie. But yeah, this is proving that it's not pareidolia, right? That is an exact representation of what we see in the sky. So, you know, not seeing things. All right, go Dutch. Bernie seems to have done a bolt.
There's a graphic that the Bernie has on the screen, the showing the overlay of the constellation, and people, you know, again, they try to say that we're seeing things, but it can't be that it is that it can't be that it's just us seeing something. And I'm going to prove that pareidolia is used by the most elite, occult, high-end people in our current society, and that they use pareidolia. I'm going to show it to you right now and prove it to you. Here's North America. We zoom in on North America. Here's the Colorado Rocky Mountains. And the Colorado Rocky Mountains, if you zoom in on them. Do you guys see this?
Yeah.
Okay. This is the shape. If you look at it, I'm going to tell you what shape to see. It's a bucking horse shape, okay, where it's got two hooves on the front and the bucking horse. And it's got this weird mane on the back that's spiked. Now I'm going to zoom in on what would be the eye, and you've got Estes Lake up at the highest point of Colorado of the eye of the horse. Now, to prove that this is not me seeing something, that this is actually a shape that's there, the eye of the horse is looking down upon the famous swastika-shaped Denver airport. And at the Denver airport, when you're driving out of the Denver airport, there is the very famous, and let me see if I can find it on here, the Denver airport horse. And let me bring it in at ground level here.
Mate, we can't see what you put because Bernie's...
Bernie, what have you hit? Oh, there.
Okay. And at the Denver airport is the famous Denver airport horse. Denver airport horse. There it is. The blue Mustang. They call him Blucifer. Now, the reason they call him Blucifer isn't because it's a bucking bronco for like the Denver Broncos. He's the same color as the mountains appear at a distance, and he's got a very specific shape to him. He's got the spiked mane and glowing red eyes, and now we can go in and see it at a ground level. They've gone up, and you can see at picture level if we do this. Blucifer is a giant blue horse, the color of the mountains at a distance, and he's got the glowing red eyes, but the back of his head is the mane that I just showed you.
Intentionally made Blucifer.
Yes, the intentionally made Blucifer here at the swastika-shaped airport. The horse in the mountains itself.
Like,
now there's a guy riding on the horse.
Effed up, like, because there's the huge underground part of that place, and that they intentionally made it a demonic Blucifer.
Yeah, that's the one
like
that had
3 horsemen coming in with the apocalypse.
Oh yeah, the 3 horsemen.
Right.
Yeah, because it had the big mural in there. Yeah.
Okay, now the apocalypse ties in with this because the guy riding on the back of the green or blue horse, depending on which one you want to go with, it looks it's pareidolia now. We're straight up pareidolia on purpose. That this is the bucking horse. The bucking horse is looking at the bucking horse, and on his back is riding a guy in a cloak that looks like he's got a beard up here, and this is Yellowstone up here. The head of the horseman of the apocalypse that's riding on, it looks like he's got a cloak, and he's over, this is his head, this is his nose and his eyes.
You heard it here, folks. Yellowstone is going to erupt.
Well, no, I didn't say that. But that this is pareidolia.
Not.
This is pareidolia. And to prove that they're using pareidolia now, I'm going to show you one more example of it. There's a movie called Zardoz with Sean Connery. It's a very, very strange movie where Sean Connery is wearing this.
What? Oh my
and
gosh.
Sean Connery, the movie starts out and it says the gun is good and the male appendage is bad, but they don't say the male appendage. They say the P word. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to get your stream banned. But Sean Connery plays a mutant in the future. And in the future, there's this giant head that lands, and they pour grain into the mouth of the head. And then the head takes off and flies through an invisible barrier to an Illuminati base made of mirror pyramids. And there's people that are living forever in this Illuminati base, but they require food, and they ship them humans and food as slaves and as food. This is in the movie. Now, the head of Zardoz. Why is it called Zardoz? In the movie, Sean Connery plays a enforcer for these people, and he finds a book out in a burned library, and the cover's been burned off, and most of the book has been burned away, but he still picks it up, and he teaches himself to read using this book. It's The Wizard of Oz. But it says Zardoz because part of the cover's burned off, and he teaches himself to read via The Wizard of Oz. Now, why does that matter? The head of Zardoz is in the shape of the North American plate itself. Now, to see it, first let me show you the head. And they always show it at the same angle in the movie. It's this way. Now, I'm going to prove this to you because the movie's about the Wizard of Oz. Why does that matter? The head of Zardoz is in the North American plate, where the two eyes of Zardoz are here, and the mouth is right here. Now, to see it, you have to look a world away, and I'm going to prove it to you that they meant this, because when I zoom in on the mouth of Zardoz, where they toss the grain into the mouth of Zardoz, first of all, let me ask you, do you see the outline of the head of Zardoz here with the two eyes and the mouth compared to
Oh, yeah. Wow.
the picture of Zardoz? It's like he's got the beard, he's got the... But now let me prove this to you, that this is real. When we zoom in on the mouth of Zardoz, where you toss in the grain in the movie, in Kansas is known for its grain. But when I zoom in on the spot where the mouth is, there's this place. And it's called...
We're not in Kansas anymore.
Well, it's ironic you say that, because this is called Liberal, Kansas, where the Dorothy Museum is, where the house for Dorothy is. There it is. Dorothy's house. Dorothy's house is there where it goes over the rainbow. So now in the movie, Sean Connery goes over the rainbow, and they built this weird airbase here too.
And then we've
Sean Connery goes over the rainbow to go to Zardoz, and here is Zardoz in the middle of the mouth of Zardoz, but Zardoz is set into the North American plate in a pareidolia-like shape. It can't be changed. Having Liberal, Kansas, and Dorothy's house, I didn't know that was going to be there. I saw this first. I saw this. I was just goofing around. I was super high, sitting there looking at the freaking screen, probably like somebody in the 1970s was doing. I was high. I was looking at the screen, and I said, "Hey, that looks like the head of Zardoz. That's weird. I wonder what's at the mouth." And I zoomed in on the mouth, and I sees the Liberal, Kansas, and I knew that the Dorothy Museum was in Liberal, Kansas, because I've driven through Kansas before. So I'm like, holy you've got to be kidding me.
You know, so what just said,
and then here,
dots in the comments section, I just have to point out that Dorothy is Dot. You know, Dot is short for Dorothy, so quite literally connecting dots right now.
Guys, it gets weirder. It gets more weird. This gets more weird. The story doesn't end yet. So Dorothy, the pavement of gold, the yellow brick road, right? Guess what is here next to the Dorothy Museum? They're built part of the same structure. The Coronado Museum, a tribute to Coronado. Coronado was the Spaniards searching for the lost city of gold and the Fountain of Youth. Now, get this. At the Coronado Museum, they have a statue of Coronado. And he's dressed as a Spaniard wearing the full costume that Sean Connery wears in Highlander. Now, Sean Connery, after Sean Connery was in Zardoz, a few years later, Sean Connery played Coronado's chief metallurgist. He hops over. Highlander and his wife are making out at a wall, like in the Middle Ages or something. And here comes Sean Connery over the wall on a horse, and he's like, "Hello, I am Sean Connery. I am the chief Spaniard." Now they're in Scotland. Why isn't Sean Connery playing a Scottish Highlander?
To be fair, Sean Connery always plays a Scottish person, even when he's on a Russian submarine.
Right.
Russian
so
captain of the Red October.
He's the chief metallurgist for Coronado.
In the
and
movie,
he announces this in the movie. So now they have the Coronado Museum right next to the Dorothy Museum. And then you've got Sean Connery playing Zardoz, who goes over the rainbow to go to the Illuminati base, where there's a secret underground Illuminati base where they're living forever. And here at this base, they just so happen to have every fighter jet known to man in a museum stored ready to fly.
Really?
Yeah.
What?
Would it
In the
suck
middle of
if
the
you were
mouth
the
of
guy that
Zardoz.
gets stuck with one of the shit planes?
How many?
F-35?
This is
How
true
many,
pareidolia, though. This
like,
is like
earthquakes have you noticed from that spot? Is that how like you first became aware of it, or was it you said you drove through there?
I knew about the Dorothy house because I had driven through there going out to Colorado. My wife and I make a southern turn and went down to Pueblo and then went up through the south, and we stopped at the museum, but I didn't know about the head of Zardoz until I watched Zardoz. And then I didn't put any of it together until I'm sitting there one day looking at, well, believe it or not, I was looking at radar on my local weather map here, which shows it much better, even believe it or not, than Google Earth, because it's a little bit more low resolution. And I'll just say it, I was a little high when I was looking at the map, but it was true pareidolia that I saw it on here better, that I saw the head of Zardoz here with the two eyes and the mouth. And I zoomed in and I said, oh, wow, there's the mouth of Zardoz right there where Sean Connery jumped in. And then I zoomed in and I saw that the direct center of the mouth was Liberal, Kansas. And then I said, oh, shit, that's where Dorothy's house is. And then that means somebody in the 1970s was sitting there tripping on acid or something. And they were looking at the view and they saw this head here and they wrote a movie about it. Or there's some real base there. There's like a real underground base there.
That's why I'm asking about the earthquakes. Like, I guess if they were expanding it or construction, you'd see a whole bunch of little ones. Like, only if they were building now.
Oh, there are.
Right?
Brother,
like,
there are. That's all.
Why I bring that up.
That's where the thousands of Oklahoma fracking earthquakes go right up to there and stop right there every day. For the last 12 years, I've been keeping watch. We start at the Panhandle, right?
Stop right there. They stop right there.
Or they start right there, actually, is a way to put it. Is that starting right there, we go, so that maybe that would be the entrance to the base there. And it would go down below all of Oklahoma.
That there's not the consistent land and the waves are like, it's a different medium there. So it most likely is an air gap instead of a solid or liquid for those waves to continue through, especially them being seismic waves. Isn't that pretty much like direct evidence that there is a giant cavern in that spot that the waves stop or start there, the earthquakes?
It could be. It would make a lot of sense if there was open areas for it to travel through or around. And the big one that I found that I showed you at the start of the update, it points right into his mouth. So like this thing really points down into the mouth of Zardoz, the one that I showed you that goes all the way through the mouth of Zardoz down to our weird underwater base that's down here that looks like the lines in Nazca, Peru. But this is 5,000 feet under the ocean. So this right here is 5,000 feet down in the ocean, but it connects back into this one that goes back up through the mouth of Zardoz right to our arrow. And Dorothy's house is right in the middle of it, which is really odd. Somebody's got to know.
Well, I mean, that could be an antenna going literally underneath, the USA, right?
It could be.
Yeah. Or tunnel.
So, these guys, which I'm going to explore on boots on the ground in May here as the snow melts in Canada, but the famous indigenous Western Plains warrior, as well as in the same Badlands Valleys hill area, there's this guy, the Aztec Mayan feather serpent helmets warrior, and that I also believe to the top of the warrior's head here on the top eastern right is another Olmec face, as well as what looks like a Viking head on the very top of the warrior's forehead and crown of his head here. But that the Ferrum Foundation has gotten extra evidence of the purpose of all of these massive earthenworks and the evidence that it's not just pareidolia. You see these numbers here, these different sites around the valley in Medicine Hat, Alberta, and that they are in fact what he's deciphered as geoglyphs, or these radial earthenwork geoglyphs. You can see these lines, these straight lines going the same direction as these arrows that he's marked out, and that in fact that these are earthen works of megalithic stone or earthen soil that is raised above the ground, and that mark specific lengths and angles that then plot out as these different radials from these sites, that when you take the exact angle and its length and put it on, that it gives you times his mathematical equation that I need to find the time to actually read the chapter to get what it is so I can confirm all of this. But point being, it plots out to specific geographic locations across the world and all the other ancient sites, and that that pretty much also confirms that all of these massive, seen from above, um, terraforming structures were for mapping and uh, keeping track of territories
Now,
throughout.
can I throw out some food for thought on that? I
Absolutely.
hear whispers. Now, take this with a grain of salt, of course, maybe even a whole bag of salt. But I hear whispers that there's tunnels that are underneath those geoglyphs, and the connections that you made on the topographical maps are actually tunnel connections between point A and point B. So as you go deeper down, the connection itself is actually closer between point A and point B if we're on a sphere. It's interesting thought. Love to find out.
Indeed. So apparently, with plotting these out, you need both flat maps and the globe. It's pretty interesting that you need both for the system to work. And when it comes to flat versus spherical round, that mathematically neither can be proven wrong. They're both accurate to the
Yep.
point that whether it's heliocentric or, sorry, what's the other term for it? The second one, Helios. Anywho,
Geocentric.
the two different, they both work, and you can never disprove one or the other. Thus, both must exist simultaneously. And for this geoglyphology to work, both also need to be plotted out using a flat and spherical curved mapatures with it. And
I
here you
agree.
can see the lines. Those are some of those uh, radials, those geoglyphic earthenworks that he uses. So that's going to be one of the main things that we're going to confirm when we go explore this spot in May this summer. And it's going to be a YouTube meetup. So anyone Western Canada, Western US wants to come, or any rich sponsors want to come to Southern Alberta Badlands for the heck of it, yeah, we're going to do a week here. This what looks like an ear pod or earbud going up to his ear area is actually a gravel road and an oil derrick. So that's how large from above this picture is. And that you can see here that it's not, another way you know it's not pareidolia is that this is it from the fall, this is it in like the spring, but this is regular, or maybe anyways, throughout the different seasons, so that the shadowing and the angles to capture these images, it's beyond a shadow of a doubt, pardon the pun, that to give the actual depth and features of this face and these faces that you're seeing, and that it's impossible. And they claimed the same for the face on Mars, that, oh, pareidolia, and it didn't look like it. When in fact, if you actually do a deep dive into all of the official pictures released, whatever the heck it is up there, that when you give them scrutiny, Richard Hoagland's work, shout out to him, showing that there was from different angles at different times of year, and once again, it would still create the features that show that these are indeed faces and depicting different things. Just like Dutch, you found all of the geoglyphs down there in Florida of the iguana as well as the different buffalo and shapes. Was that in Idaho or where was that one you found? And you muted Dutch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I found the geoglyphs of several of them. The ones up in Idaho, they had turned the area into, it was a war fought over the location. Hog farmers had started bringing their hogs in the early 1800s onto this sacred land for the Native Americans up in Idaho. Anyway, found that earthquake struck below it. And I zoomed in on it. I said, you got to be kidding me. What is this? People told me first it must be farmers paying tribute to the Native Americans by carving the shapes in. And now, of course, it's a slam dunk. It's a Native American site that was turned into a marshland and flooded every year by the government ever since they took it over and hid it. And, you know, this gets into something where we got to talk about it. I got to show it. I know we're going on, like 3 hours now, but there's something that I think, there's something everybody needs to see, which is, I'll bring it back over here. You're talking about geoglyphs and shapes and plates. And we get into this shape here again, here in the Midwest, which is the giant Starford shape. And in Missouri, zooming in down here on the, I hate to keep, beating a dead horse on this, but the Geospatial Agency built in the middle of the Starford here in St. Louis. Now, this Starford in St. Louis is marked here on the map. This is where the Geospatial Agency is being built right now. This is a map from 1796. Now, the water flows out and it goes down to the river. This is fresh water, obviously, flowing out and going over this is cliffs. I live here in St. Louis. These are cliffs that go up. There's some bluffs, if you will, and they got the waterfall drawn.
Sorry, I gotta also point out that battery right there on the left, on the other side of the cliff, on the other side there. There you go. The battery star forts, that's that same battery shape. You're going to find them everywhere, and that it's the identical battery that the entire wall of star forts that we showed earlier is made out of. And that how is it over here in St. Louis in the 1600s, and then also a full wall of hundreds of them running thousands of kilometers across all of Eurasia.
I wonder if they're attached to an aquifer of some way, shape, or form.
Well, look what it is. It is. Look what's at the tip of this now. Up here at the tip of this now is the St. Louis Water Tower. And so let me bring it in and show you. It's a giant old Tartarian Corinthian column made of brick. It's huge. Look at it.
Right,
okay,
like,
this is the
water.
Yeah,
and
water tower at the tip of this. Oh, whoa, my Google
point
Earth
for point where that water starts here you're showing is literally where the area of where that water tower currently is. And I think you said there was 3 or 4 of the water towers in that area originally. And
there's 2 huge ones and then a third one that they built. And all 3 are at the pinnacle tip of it. My Google Earth just crashed while I was trying to show you. I'll zoom back in on it again. Here we are in St. Louis. They have the Geospatial Agency being built in the center of this one. This was not disclosed to the public. They've hidden this. I had to find this myself and make everyone, including anthropologists here in the St. Louis region, aware of this. They built the X Marks the Spot housing project in the middle of it, and at the very tip of it is the water tower side by side.
That X right in the middle. And then
that water tower, the white one, looks really similar to the one that you find in Chicago, near the World's Fair.
Yeah, the one there.
Yeah. And then look at this one.
Yeah, identical, pretty much. And sorry, I gotta point out, like, Dutch was showing.
This one has spots to shoot out of.
How is like a water tower supposed to have spots to shoot out of? That makes zero sense whatsoever.
This gets into, again, my Google Earth just crashed again as I was trying to show it to you. That's twice now. Okay, so I'm going to get to this. I have to show it to you. They built something down along the river where this fresh water flows to, and it ties in with what they're doing with the rest of these forts around the world. They built a sewage plant to take all the sewage and trash. So here is the Star Fort, and right over here, here's the fresh water coming out, and here's our sewage treatment plant right here.
Do you mind zooming in on that X building? Like the
Oh,
X
yeah,
marks the spot, is that an old world possible, like Tartarian-esque, or was that a new rebuild of it? And the
they built
fact,
this in the 60s. They came in and
okay,
built a housing project here, and
so
now they
they
refurbished the outside of
remarked
it to
it,
make it look nice.
and then now they're repurposing, still using whatever energy thing that is with that geospatial thing there, right there in the center too. And that you showed also that there's all the military forts in all of these spots, and that Facebook data center, and now also this freaking geospatial unit.
And they built a school at the very pinnacle tip of it that's been abandoned, and it's for sale. You guys want to buy it?
Yeah,
we should all
man.
pitch we should all
Let's
pitch our
buy it.
money in, buy this place, and turn it into the School of Geophysics Studies of Tartarian Star Forts right next to the Geospatial Agency. It would be a slap in their face.
And
Yeah,
free,
let's do that.
free energy, electrical engineering
Right there.
community.
That's
Water
where the school is right there.
purifying. Yeah, let's do
Absolutely.
it.
All these are dumps. These are all dumps that they built along here. So trash, recycling, turds, everything. Then, get this, an earthquake struck out on the West Coast last month out here in San Francisco. And it was a rare 5.0 in San Fran directly, and they downgraded it, whatever, but it shook up everybody. And I zoomed in on the earthquake epicenter. Let me show you. Actually, a picture speaks 1,000 words, because I just showed you the trash dumps there, and this matters. So an earthquake strikes here, and I zoom in, and I zoom in some more. I'm going to turn off the place mark now, just so you can see. This place is where the earthquake struck. And it doesn't look like much at first, but then I zoomed in some more, and I said, whoa, wait, there's a satellite array in the middle of there. That must be why the earthquake hit there. Satellites at the center of this little valley. And I thought, what is this? And I turned on the place marks, and it's a trash dump. It's a recycling center. Now, hold on. Look at what
And
this
look at
is.
that cliff. That's like
Hold
a
on.
natural speaker.
Hold on.
You got
This
it, Campbell.
this is a star fort. Now, let me get a star fort picture open. There's our classic star fort shape, and it's here. And they built houses on one side and a satellite array and a trash dump in the middle. But now that you know to look for it, there it is.
Yeah.
It's there. It really is there. I measured it. It's perfect. It's the star fort on all sides, 250 feet going down, and it's 250 feet high. They built
I'd
a
also like to
satellite
comment
array.
on the beautiful metaphor for shitting on our history.
Yeah, they are. They're literally shitting on the history, and that is in the hills itself. I can bring it in at an angle to show it to you. It really is there. It's an old bastion fort that's been carved out on one side. They put a satellite array and a recycling center in the middle of it, and an earthquake struck below it, which is how I found it. There it is. in San
Right, and
Francisco
how
area.
many of these sites that you discovered because of the earthquakes? That's the only reason you found so many of them. And that how many in a row do you need for it to be like, okay, this is absolute mathematical facts now. This is a system, a grid. It's undeniable. It's not pareidolia or coincidence. And welcome, Eric Hecker. Oh, did we lose Hecker?
He's
You
gone.
just
And I have to go,
Come
guys.
back, Eric.
I'm dying very fast.
yeah,
here.
much love,
12:30, midnight,
We will let
12:30.
you go to sleep.
Have a good
Nice
one,
to meet you,
Campbell.
Dutch. Nice to meet you, Gerald. Thanks, everyone. Have an awesome night, and I'll talk to you all soon. Bye
Well,
bye.
Brother Campbell. And I believe Eric will be right back. Eric's my friend, good guy that spent a year working at the South Pole, and that you
Wow.
had a couple questions or things you would like to discuss with there, Michael.
Oh,
All right.
definitely. The South Pole, my goodness. We got to talk about the earthquakes and the lack of reporting of earthquakes from down at the South Pole.
But first, I guess, please finish the last aspects of the Star Forts in St. Louis, and that I know there's a whole nother part that I keep interrupting you on that you really want to get out. So, but it's connecting to it because there's the water tower, that original source of water in St. Louis that you see in that diamond shape of it, that was the original water moat or area of it that you see in the old photo, but that's supplying that water that's then running down into the river. And notice that shape there, And once again, how many coincidences do you need of geometry?
No such thing as coincidence.
Oh, exactly. The flowing water, and then right across the river, directly across, is the Kokia Mounds. So, Kokia
Please share your
Mounds.
screen again, Mike, because
Oh,
you
yeah,
had it
yeah,
up
yeah.
and I interrupted you.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Let me get a display capture turned on. There we go. And over here in St. Louis, directly across the river from this giant star fort, right here, here's the Geospatial Agency. Here's the outline in the road still. But we go right over here. Here's our racetrack and the Kokia Mounds. And let me turn on all our borders and labels and all that good stuff. And here's the Kokia Mounds State Historic Site with all its big mounds. And they built train tracks and electrical lines right through the side of them. And the train tracks and electrical lines go down to the riverfront, where we go right to the St. Louis Arch. And the St. Louis Arch is built on layers. In case you didn't know, it's built on a layer of coal at the bottom, just like the mounds that I showed you at the start of the update. And then on top of that, clay, and on top of that, red clay, like what Paul's showing you over in the UK.
Everywhere, pretty much.
Right.
Is the St. metal? Is it conductive?
Oh yeah. Oh, dude, the St. Louis Arch is was built by a guy named Cyril White. He was the designer of it. And if you look up Cyril White, his side project, the thing that he was really interested during World War II was weather modification. And so he designed the arch to actually be a full ring, and we only see half of it. And the other half, he said, foundationally, goes down into the ground and makes it a full ring instead of an arch. And then across the river, they just built this. They expanded the Gateway Arch Memorial to have the pool. Now, the pool and the phallus are something we should talk about at a separate time. You'll see it in Washington, D.C. You'll see the obelisk, which is shown, an obelisk representing the phallus, and then right next to it, a pool of flowing water. And usually the pool of flowing water has suds and everything coming out of it. And they do that on purpose. That's kind of an occult thing going on there. But it has to do with geometry and flowing of frequency and stuff. It's not occult.
You got it. It's a massive antenna array as well, those the monoliths in those spots.
Not to mention the moving water just through electrostatics creates
charging it killer weight.
Yeah.
And look where the river used to go. Right. The river used to go, it was directed over right next to the mounds. And we have closed that off. And the Star Fort used to flow fresh water down into the Mississippi. Now we put turds into it. Now, you mentioned the quarries. On the north side of here is Fort Bellefontaine. Belle meaning good, Fontaine meaning fountain. Fort Good Fountain was here, but instead they've done this. I don't know if you see it on the screen. They've quarried it out.
Right? So quarried again. Boom. Look at that, how big it's going. And it's like you'll literally find that and deep down into the ground, like it's indented, inverted deep, like a strip mine quarry at that point at most of these. And you'll see them all over the place where in the old maps of the old world where these bigger star forts and citadel star fort cities and places that were built up several stories, and now it's going several stories down into the ground, and they've reused all of that stone to build the modern world.
On the screen, you see this on the screen here. This is my house. I've already been doxxed, so it doesn't matter. Here's my house. There's my kayaks down at the lake. Now, right over the hill, I found this. Now, I'm going to compare this to this. And what you're going to see is that this goes back to that, and it's another giant star fort right here next to my house, 2 miles away. Now, this has been hidden. I had to find this myself. I made anthropologists aware of this at University of Washington, Washington University here in St. Louis and St. Louis University 3 weeks ago when I made my video on this. Now, on this front end of this, at the very tip of this, right down here, is a radio tower. Okay? They put a radio tower and cell phone tower, big microwave tower. We have power line that goes right through the middle of it, and on the back side of it Another quarry. Now, this is confirmed there. This isn't pareidolia. This matches this one in St. Louis. This one's in North St. Louis. Exactly 40 miles down to the foot to the east, due east.
Wow.
So, one more time. 40 miles due east of here. We'll just go over. And we're at the Star Fort over in St. Louis. So this one is an ancient one. This is 8 miles long. Now, guess what comes out? This starts at 800 feet. We're up here at 840 feet above sea level. And then we go down, 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 down to the river, the old Missouri River. Now, here's the one in St. Louis. I'll turn it back so it's proper oriented as it was made. So the one in St. Louis flows down, 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 starts about 800 feet above sea level and floats down to the river. The one I found over here by my house, this was built, guys, thousands of years ago. There's no way the French built this. This is 8 miles long. It's overlooking the old remnants of the ancient Missouri River from back God knows how long ago. I had to find this myself in the topography, and every professional missed it. Now, guess what was built here? The old, see this big thing right here? This is nuclear radioactive stockpile from the Manhattan Project that was here. The Manhattan Project just so happened to build their nuclear processing facility for World War II here at Defiance, Missouri, which is right here along this river right here, and at the Star Fort. And they cordoned all this off and made this a giant government facility where now you can live here. But guess what? As a kid, I used to come out here and climb in the old radioactive silos and go up to the top of the old uranium mills. I didn't know they were uranium mills at the time, but why did the U.S. government build another one of these radiological facilities there? Because I already showed them to you out here on the West Coast. We got our nuke test sites. We've got our nuclear bombers taking off in the middle of it.
Same exact spot.
Nuclear. Oh, and I didn't show you the nuclear on
focal spots.
The side of the Facebook data center. The Facebook data center and Apple data center on the right side, just like Area 51 and the nuke sites, all the way up here is the Hanford Nuclear Waste Storage Facility from the Manhattan Project. They're all on the sides of these star forts.
It seems like an electrical circuit formula that's repeated over and over.
Exactly. And welcome, Eric. We got Eric Hecker back. Welcome, good sir.
Had some technical difficulties before. I apologize.
No worries. I hear you loud and clear now, brother. Good to have you.
Excellent.
I
was enjoying the conversation before. I was just on the tail end of my work shift, so I did not catch as much as I wanted to, just bits and pieces. But it's been fascinating the work that you guys have been doing at the starports. As a tradesman, I've always been eyeballing these structures as way beyond the descriptions of what we were given, and just what we were told doesn't make any sense.
Exactly, right? Like they're just too complex and too much resources and just it's so unpractical and over the top and just ridiculous for the time period that they claimed that they were needed it makes zero sense. There has to be something so much more to it. And then when you get into fractal ray antennas and just fractals in general and geometry, it all starts making a lot more sense.
You know how long it would take us to move that amount of Earth nowadays with all the massive heavy equipment that we have? I just look at those as job sites, and I just try to imagine how these guys got this work done without the tools that I have available to me. It's like, you got to be kidding me. There's no way. It's like, I don't care what you pay me, and you're like, hey, grab a shovel, Eric, and go help those guys out. Like, no way, no. I quit like immediately. We're not digging this. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
It's lunacy.
Bang on,
it would have to be,
brother.
I would think, frequency of some kind. I mean, I would think cymatics frequency. You know how, I mean, when you vibrate sand or salt on a speaker and it gives you the shape of a whatever, that it could happen on a huge basis. And you were down in Antarctica, right? They're saying you were in Antarctica?
Yes, I spent
is it really? Is it truly cold? Is it truly cold?
Oh yeah,
down
it's
there?
cold. It's cold for sure. There's no denying that. it's ruthlessly cold.
How about the summer though? Like compared, like is it hot in the summer when it's 24-hour sun though? Like does it get
It's a
up at
relativity
least?
thing
Or-
for sure, and there's a lunacy. So the hottest day that I was there was actually Christmas Eve, December 24th of 2010, and we got as hot as -5 degrees Fahrenheit, and it felt hot because of the atmosphere conditions being so thin. We were outside in t-shirts, and you got too hot. The sun was cooking you. You did not feel cold.
Wow.
That's wild. That's so wild.
Yeah,
That's so
it is.
cool.
It felt odd.
Did they let you go anywhere? I mean, if you wanted to go somewhere, could you like just take off and go somewhere? Or do you have to get permission to go? Obviously, the Russians have their spot, and the different people have
I mean,
different
certainly
spots.
you would need to get permissions if you wanted to get anywhere far. I mean, you can't commandeer a plane or a helicopter or anything. Actually, there's no
or
helicopters
like a
that far. It's just
Ski-Doo
plane.
or something?
I mean,
All-terrain vehicle?
I took
like-
a snow machine at the tail end of my winter. I was there for close to a year at that point, and I absolutely scored a snow machine that I was not supposed to have. And I drove that until basically the facility, the South Pole Station, was like a dot on the horizon. But at that point, there's just nothing. There's nothing to see. I mean, it's an ice field at 10,300 feet of actual elevation. It is completely smooth and barren of anything to look at.
Is it really that high? I didn't even realize. 10,000 feet.
Correct.
Instead.
10,300 feet. The continent of Antarctica is on average the coldest, highest, and driest. It's 0% humidity. Literally.
Explains why it's so cold. The height
Yes, it's
alone.
Absolutely. Yeah.
The seismic. See, the thing that I've got about Antarctica, and I don't doubt that Antarctica exists, or I've showed it, you know, with the shape of it. It's shaped like a pentagonal star fort. And that there, to me, it seems like there would be some seismic that would come from there. And instead, the entire 12 years that I've been online, we don't have not one single report of an earthquake down there below the ice, which we should pick up. I mean, we should be able to pick it up down in the plate, wherever that is down below. And then
all of the normal outfits that pick these things up aren't picking stuff up there?
Correct. We don't pick up any seismic, and it's not reported to us. And the weirdest thing happened. A few years ago in 2016, I did a fundraiser for my channel, like a few $1,000s or something like that. And a fellow shows up. His name was Professor Astor. And Professor Astor showed up below my fundraiser. He's from the University of Colorado. And he called me a fraud and said, and furthermore, went off on me basically and told people not to donate to my fundraiser. It's really odd.
What was he calling you a fraud about?
Well, this is odd. He was talking about fracking earthquakes, and earthquakes can't be caused in man-made drilling. Now, here's the weird part. He then went on to go down to Antarctica to install a bunch of new seismic sensors to detect the seismic activity from Antarctica.
So
And
your
to
work
this-
opposes his work, and he was worried about his grant?
I have no idea. It was really weird.
That's
I
what it
didn't know
sounds
who
like.
the guy was. But he ended up going down to Antarctica and installing a bunch of seismic, which we don't get any info on. And did they ever, do you know of any earthquakes that were ever detected down there while you were there?
I don't. But then the other thing, like the first thought that crosses my mind is you have 2 miles of ice. Is it possible that that's a very effective dampener so that you don't feel the effects?
No, I think that would actually, in fact, cause more, or at least on the smaller scale quakes. You'd think they'd be happening all the time from the constant ice
Well,
drifting.
I mean, that did happen all the time. So how do you make a distinction? Like we had ice quakes all the time, but I couldn't tell you that's an ice quake or an earthquake. What's the difference?
Right, with the fracture. Yeah, like with the fracture on an ice quake, I would think that it probably would look like an explosion or something. I don't know, but like it's really cool to think about that down below the ice sheet, that there's of course the plate that it's scraping along, and then down in the plate there should be seismic that gets detected 5 kilometers, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, 50 kilometers down in the crust, down in the plate, and it doesn't get reported to us. I'm just wondering if there's some other reason. Like I found this stuff from
I would,
You know,
I would say this immediately. There's a massive lag on the info coming off the ice.
That would make sense.
Even like,
They might, maybe
so
they
like,
report it
even
later.
if something happened, the general public's not going to hear about it for 10 years. It's just that's how academia works. That's how the whole entire system works.
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, any scientist anywhere on the planet, Antarctica is not exclusive to this snail's pace of dissemination of information.
Yeah, it is the last giant ice wall, and that it holds the answers to humans' past or to a lot of the mysteries of our realm. I just wanted to point out this old map there, Dutch. You were mentioning the inner sea, the old inner sea that was on the west side that went up to the Salt Lake there on the previous existence of North America. Probably before the Ice Age or whatnot, the catastrophe, but here is a map that actually has it depicted there before explorers have made it back over to the north area of North America after European recolonization of whatever genocide or reset catastrophe happened.
Totally, and when you look at it too, it matches up with where Salt Lake City goes back to, where the old, so we still have the remnants of the old ocean that's still there. Speaking of the old ocean and interior oceans, that gets back to Antarctica. We saw that there was this video from Byrd back in the first expedition or second. It was the Lando Lakes. You guys know about that, right? The Lando Lakes.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Oh my God, this is crazy! It's declassified declassified film from the 1920s from the U.S. Army Archives, or no, I'm sorry, U.S. Navy Archives, of Byrd down there. And when Byrd, it was maybe the second expedition, and they took
I don't think it was High Jump. I think it was the one after High Jump.
Right, they took planes and they flew all the way along and went interior to Antarctica, and they said they flew all the way into the very center. But I was mind blown to see that. And they found this place that they called Lando Lakes. And they said it was several hundred square miles of an area that was staying warm in the middle of winter. And that they landed their seaplane to take water measurements.
It had light. It was lit up, though, Mike. It would have been North America's winter and their summer because it was daylight in that filmage. Because there was some footage of it that came out. That's original documented footage of these lakes are talking about, and them being de-iced and melted.
Yeah, it would have been summer down there. Exactly.
Yeah, for it to be lit, it would have.
It would have been dark if they were flying during nighttime. Yeah, but they found it and they said that. I don't know. I'll go get the before we go. I will actually get the it's from a channel called Periscope Films, who restores old film footage that's donated to them. They got the U.S. government. So check out Periscope Films. They've got it. But
totally.
And now check
I
this out.
have a curiosity on the way to figure stuff out on that direction, because I am curious about what's going on down there as well. And what we can start to conclude is if we know what type of plane it is, people can actually look up. Like, it's going to take a very specific flight pattern. This hole has to be a particularly large hole for you to fly a plane in.
Oh, these were freshwater lakes, Eric, and the footage. I've seen the footage too.
It's like on the surface.
Pull it up here.
I'm not denying it. I'm just trying to figure out how we can find it.
Yeah, it was.
Oh yeah, I'm saying, like, when a plane comes in for landing, it doesn't just see a hole in the ground and then dive down into it. You know what I'm saying?
No, it was freshwater lakes that they saw. So no, this one that Mike's talking about, because there's two stories. There's the story of when Admiral Byrd went into the center and experienced the inner earthness and whatnot. But then there's this second one that Dutch is talking about right now. That is where they saw a bunch of freshwater turquoise-colored lakes with no snow, like melted rock beaches, pebble beaches, and just beautiful
if you're talking
colors.
on the surface, that could be everywhere.
Yeah, on the surface. It was on the surface, but
what
it
he
was
found
rock and bedstone. It wasn't a glacial lake. They were like actual lakes in the bedrock, and that it was an amphibious plane. Maybe it was from Operation High Jump because they did have the aircraft.
I'd be curious to know what the plane
it landed, and there's color footage of them in it. about.
I'm sure there's tons of video from on the surface. I was curious about the inner one and what plane they were saying was for that, because then calculations could. I mean, there could be flight paths and hole dimensions figured out.
Yeah, he landed what Bird described as they landed. They first spied it from above, and they saw that there was no snow, or no ice or anything, and that it was down to the surface. And then they landed the plane in the waters to test and see, and they found that the waters were somewhat temperate, and this was going on for hundreds of square miles. But they didn't test them all, obviously. But what they landed in was found to be temperate, and they specifically said that the shores were lined with fresh coal on the surface of the on the surface.
Right, one
And
sec,
so
guys.
I'm thinking,
I'm gonna head off. Thank you for having me. Sorry I couldn't stay for too long, but feel a little bit tired after
Get some
the
rest,
event.
oh man,
So, Dutch, I need to get a way to get in touch with you because we definitely need to do a show together, talk about some stuff. I'd love to pick your brain and go over some proper history. And also, Eric, you sound like someone I want to talk to you as well. So
Sure.
if we could arrange something at some point, that'd be absolutely brilliant. And Gerald, you as well. So anyway, on that note, I will leave you guys. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Have a great stream. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer, but had a busy day, and I just popped in to do a bit. But anyway, thanks. And it's been great.
Oh, much love, brother.
We had corrective surgery earlier today, and still came in.
Yikes.
Always a pleasure with Luke.
Surgery sucks. Anyway, the long story short is that they found this multi-hundred-mile wide melted area that they said was melted year-round. I don't know how they would know that, but they found it lined with coal, and I thought that was interesting because, okay, coal at the surface, and you've got a lot of water, coal and water, all you'd need is a boiler, and you've got yourself infinite steam power. Like, so
as a plumber, I was confused why they weren't doing steam heat down there compared to what they were doing with the glycol and heat exchangers and blah blah blah. I've heard all of this stuff about Bird before, and have you never heard of the dry valleys?
Oh, I've heard the snowless parts. Yeah, I've heard of like
There's an area
I
called
haven't
the dry
seen
valleys
them,
that is but that's so people don't realize that he can be discussing very benign things, and because these people don't have Antarctic experience, they just don't like. I get that the story sounds fantastic. I get that it can be fantastical. I'm not against that possibility, but there are also very present facts that also explain exactly what he saw. The dry valleys existed then. The dry valleys exist right now. His explanation could have been him flying into the dry valleys. It could be that simple. Is it large areas of water in the dry valleys?
There is large areas of no ice where there's never been ice, and that's why they're referred to as the dry valleys. They use them as a facsimile of the Mars landscape.
Yeah, they landed this plane in the water, though, so that kind of...
I'm sure in the barrier areas between the dry valleys and the areas that are completely covered with ice, there's probably intermediate situations going on. I don't doubt that in the slightest.
100%, Eric. What you're
Totally.
describing sounds like what you see in the videos of it. And so these are supposed mountain/pyramids taken in Antarctica. And you said you witnessed at least one of these while you were down there.
I got a hold of. I have to my right. I have a massive panoramic photograph of a mountain range in Antarctica. It's from the program. My roommate was also in the program. She got this photograph from a coworker, like a gift, right? And this you sprawl this thing out and then print it on the pictures, each of the names of the mountains in the range. And as you're going through, there's mount this and mountain that, blah, blah. And then all of a sudden in the middle of it all, over one of the peaks, it just says pyramid. And it's the only one that's shaped like perfectly pointed. And it doesn't say Mount Pyramid or Mountain Pyramid, it just says pyramid. So to me, it's photographic evidence from the program that I happened upon somehow. Holy moly.
I love
That's
that.
how life
Right?
happens sometimes.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I've brought this thing out to what do you call them? Conventions and things like that. I showed it to
Did you
Brad
say it's on
Olson.
your wall right now?
It's rolled up in a tube right next to me.
Oh, darn it! I was like, come on, let's take a look.
I've put it on the internet for it. The problem is it's like this 16-foot long panoramic, right? So it's not meant to be put on a webcam for people to look at because it just looks all blurry at that point. There's no resolution, and then everybody's like, "Oh, you can't see it. You're a liar." And it's like, what do you want me to do? It doesn't translate through the medium. I mean, I can go hold up a picture for you right now and say, "Hey, here's a big photo of a mountain range."
Right, it's that you've experienced the pyramids down there yourself, or the pyramidal mountains, and once you've experienced something for yourself, you know it is truth because you've lived through it.
I've flown over the Transantarctic Mountains, and that was gorgeous to see all the glaciers. Like it looks like oceans in motion. You're up so high, everything looks like waves, and you kind of have to pay attention to the fact that it's not moving, but you can get the feel for the flow with great ease, the way everything's moving through the mountain ranges. You can see it all. Yeah, see images like this that you put up, like I see that image and I start to wonder the labor involved. And, just straight up, there are calculations that can be made for man hours. I want to know how many man hours were put on that site.
Oh. Millions.
How many calculation, right? Like, how would you guys calculate it? I'm no expert on ancient construction, but how many men are needed for how many hours a day to do this from start to finish? What was there before this was there, before they moved all of this earth and structure? This is absurd.
Right? Like the level of terraforming is insane because each one of these canals is literally a wall story down or up from each other, and that they've built these in perfect symmetry and level to be able to flow like that, keep the waters like that, and these massive walls up and up and up like that. It's insane to have to level it all, and that each one of these angles are at least 1, 2, maybe even up to like 3 or 4 stories of pure wall elevation between each level of these moats and their walls and what they're building, and that they have to have this inner same battery geometry, the battery unit that they've bastardized with the Bastion Fort that we find everywhere as the base of it. And then a lot of the time, the more advanced, then you're going to have an outer shell of with the water in between it insulating, and then between that then these additional radial pieces. And it's like these don't make sense for battle sake. Like, what the heck is this little square here, this little square, this little, like, from people attacking? Like, no, that's not logical in any sense. Like, and that's with horse and cart and shovel, and how the heck would they even level it or get this above perspective to be able to understand this perspective of above, and then what they're going to have to level on the ground, and then actually start doing it all with animal and manual labor? Like, are you freaking kidding me? This is next to impossible.
And no instantaneous communication either. So, I mean, you're trying to get it down to a point on either side. I mean, just think about it, guys. This is the man hours. You're right. It'd be like 20 trillion man hours. And how many bulldozers nowadays do you think it would take? I mean, geez, this is insane. Horse and buggy.
And then I also think too about like practical reality on a job site, right? How did the folks back then convey the information from the architect's head to the tradesman's hands? We have blueprints and stuff nowadays in conversations, right? How did they practically do this back then? Did they have blueprints for all these facilities that we don't have? Like, what was the medium of communication? Since you're right, they don't have, a way to do it across the site, but let alone how do they even convey the idea? This is what we're going to build.
Yeah, like it would take a day's journey just for one person to take one of the prints to the worker on the other side of the city, because they'd have to like walk it or hike it or take a freaking course. Like it's so impractical.
Well,
We
That
have it
star fort
otherwise.
that you showed out in the Florida Keys earlier. How many bricks were built? Like in what? How many boats worth of bricks did they send out there? Are you kidding me?
Was it 16 million? I think.
How do you get
160 million?
how do you get truckloads of bricks on and off a wooden
Yeah, and they
At the
built
height
that
of the
island.
Civil War. Where do you get the manpower at
Yeah.
the height of the Civil War to do that?
How many meetings would it take, literally, to build just one section of wall? It'd
Coordinating
be
that star fort being built over there.
impossible.
It's
Yeah, we've got a hidden
absolutely-
history. I mean, it's pretty obvious there's a hidden history. I'd say the one place where we don't have any clue on it is where there, there probably wouldn't be, would be down in Antarctica, where it's just 10,000 feet of ice, and anything down below is going to be scraped away anyway, so we wouldn't have evidence there, and it would be so old anyways that you wouldn't know. Like it's just.
I can tell you this much: when they were drilling it being a relative term, using hot water to remove the ice to get down to do stuff for the ice cube neutrino detector installation, they were hitting trees and palm trees and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I've heard of that too.
There was stuff in the ice for sure.
It was
Palm trees in the
tropical,
ice?
subtropical plant
Correct.
and animal, like matter and fossilization they'd find underneath the ice and in the sludge.
They found all kinds of weird. They found a crate of
That's
old hot dogs
awesome.
from some old expedition, and they ate them and got sick.
Finding palm trees, though, that's
And
huge. I
then
mean,
apparently it's the exact in Alaska too.
about the woolly mammoths that were frozen. I don't know where that was, but there were those flash frozen.
Over by Fairbanks.
Is that what it was up north? So
yeah, over by Fairbanks, the guy had 5-acre property. He's got over 10,000 woolly mammoths on it.
Wow.
Yep.
The boneyard there, right?
Yep.
Like
correct. Yep.
And that a lot of what they're finding is that the plants are like tropical-ish or like just subtropical. Definitely a lot, not just northern, but actually tropical and what's in between it? I don't know. Sorry.
People don't realize right now the southern part of Alaska right now is a rainforest.
Yeah, well, that's on the coast. Right, well, how far north is Alaska, right? Because you're in Alaska.
Freakishly north. Alaska's just massive.
But
the state of
compare,
Alaska
like,
is 1/3 the size of the
position
lower 48.
to where you were in, like, with what you experienced in the South Pole and the year at the South compared to where you are in Alaska and the year in the North.
I've been to the South Pole Station, which is 90 degrees south, but I've also been to places as far north in Alaska. I think I was up near like 72 degrees up in Barrow, Alaska, Ukqiavik, which is the furthest northern point in Alaska. I did some work up there, so they do get 24 hours of darkness in the wintertime for a bit. I guess they get 24 hours of sun for a little while too in the summertime. I don't think I spent as much time up there in the summer though, but it gets cold in Barrow, but nowhere near like South Pole. I think the coldest that I saw in Barrow was maybe like minus 20 or minus 30 or something like that Fahrenheit.
Okay, so like pretty much the same temperature as I'm experiencing in southern Alberta, Calgary.
Probably.
Next
Yeah, I would be surprised if it gets colder than minus 40 Fahrenheit in Barrow, which is the same as minus 40 Celsius. So you'd be familiar with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then how warm does it get in the winter too when it's like pitch black there? Like I remember a couple, like last year, 2 years ago, it was like right around Christmas and super dark, and you were like in above freezing temperatures for a week or two or something, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, we get weird warm spells every now and then for sure. You talking about up here in Alaska? Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
sir.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
yeah, it gets cold in the wintertime, but it's not brutal up here actually, and it could warm up freakishly at any point in time. Like today we were supposed to be in the 40s, but it's going to wind up not happening. And we got snow everywhere right now.
Right. So, Dutch, I'm bringing this up in regards to a little bit we've talked off air about the weather and the weather patterns and how what we're being told of what it is might not necessarily be exactly that, and that there's been this extreme, especially North America or Americas, where on the East Coast it can be extremely hot. It will be the exact opposite on the West Coast and be in an exact freeze, but it extends all the way down pretty much into Mexico now. And it goes back and forth all winter long, where now like Texas and Mexico are getting snow each year, and that it can be warmer in Alaska when it's close to 20, 24 hours of darkness, warmer there than it is in Mexico, pretty much. Like, for like, it's just nuts. Like, or
It
I
is
guess not.
weird.
It would have to be Florida, not Mexico. Opposite side. When one is hot, one is cold.
The USDA, the United States Department of Agriculture, I think in 2018 or maybe it was 2017, I don't know the exact year, announced that they are new growing guidelines for farmers and people who plant crops outdoors. And they had it organized by like a 1, 2, 3, and 4 category going up north. And they shifted every area north by one full number north. Whereas stuff that would normally be planted down in Arkansas and North Texas can now be planted up in Missouri. And they shifted that whole thing to the north, all the way to the North Pole, by changing the numbers and saying that's due to climate change, whatever you want to call that, and that the warmer latitudes are shifting northwards the same year. Actually, this was 2012, so it wasn't 2017. It was 2012. And the way I know it was 2012, they same year a bunch of airports across the country shifted their there's like a magnetic declination for pilots that's set into a magnet at the airport, basically along the runway, so you can find your way in the darkness or anything else. Anyway, they had to shift the magnet slightly because north had shifted slightly, which we all know is shifting slightly and heading over towards Siberia, and picking up pace heading over towards Siberia. And they keep track every year. You can see the progression of the pole, the magnetic pole, going over towards Siberia. Now, this gets in with Edwin Haley.
That last picture, does anybody know what that was? The sundog one? That one on the right there?
Yeah, so this one right here, the drawing.
Yes.
Looks like a couple of comets and some sort of alchemical astrological.
I meant the source. Any idea where that came from?
No, okay. Sorry.
I'm intrigued that it matches the sundog so well.
Exactly.
That's
right.
Perfect match, actually, yeah, it is.
Really
that was something that I did witness down in the summer season at the South Pole. I don't know what iteration, but it was multiple iterations outward. When the sundogs grow into their different iterations and get more complex, they really start to look like a giant flower of life in the sky. And I saw one that was very complex one time, and it had a lot of the circles and the nodes. I couldn't begin to tell you what level it was, but it was nuts to see happening.
Really?
Yeah, they get that one's just starting. The one on the left, they're starting to get bigger, and the top ring will grow, and then more rings will grow around the sides, and it actually starts to wrap around your entire horizon line. They get more. You can look up pictures on. You can look up pictures. They grow in a very determined fashion, like in different stages and such.
Can you actually watch them grow line by line, or is it sort of like a field growth?
It was. I think it was the latter. It was more like a field growth. It was more like it was more like in a way it seemed like it was like something that you felt like it was there all the time. You couldn't see it. It was like it was materializing in front of you.
That's awesome.
It was like all in sections.
This looks like underground tunneling beneath the fields coming out from the star fort. This is tunnels, and look at the freaking geometry and weirdness. What could be the rationale purpose of this
It makes me
vast
think of a Tesla valve.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what that makes me think of.
That's what that is. It's exactly what that is.
Water flow.
That's water underneath, probably, then keeping it in check.
Interesting.
Did you guys happen to hear? It was not that long ago. There was some information that just came out to the public, which was an example of what I was saying before. That's interesting. That the information comes out in a lag. When I was in Antarctica, when I was on the ice, I was hearing information at the time. So to me, it was understood. I was present in a place where this information was understood. They were already discussing the massive waterways in between the ice sheet and the continent, like rivers and stuff like that, and that there would be large caverns because the rivers flowing are at a completely different temperature than the ice above it, so it would carve out like a half pipe above the riverbed, and there would probably be shorelines and stuff like that. These are just things that I heard back then, and it was only just this year that apparently they came public, and they were like, oh, we flew planes over with LIDAR. We just figured out. And it's like, just figured out seems to be a really screwy way of saying things.
Mm-hmm.
Like, right, I remember learning about that, like, at least 15, 20 years ago.
Now they're doubling down on that. It's a massive river system, they said, equal to any other river system of any other continent that we see that's not covered with ice.
Wow.
Really? And then
Right.
Isn't this the actual two chunks of Antarctica? It's supposedly this is actually what it looks like.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
The water, and that there's like this water sea between the two.
Well, that totally makes sense, right? Because the vast majority of the land mass of the continent of Antarctica is below sea level. So you go slapping ice on top of it, right? And then you have mountains that cut through that and peak all the way up. Well, down at sea level and or below sea level, it affords a lot of opportunity for there to be waterways in between the ice and the land.
Very
Which
good
is pretty
point.
much what Hitler's guys were saying back in the day.
Right.
It's the same thing that John Warner III, the former Secretary of the Navy that passed away recently, disclosed that we had submarines throughout Antarctica utilizing these waterways.
Really?
When he was asked about why, his response was space operations.
That explains the lack of reporting of earthquakes, guys.
I would agree with that. I mean, that if they're going that far, it would cover a lot of lack of reporting for a lot of stuff.
Totally. That would explain everything.
My mind.
Once you add submarines to them, it makes everything quiet. It's the silent service.
Literally, that gets into the submarine base out in the middle of the Mojave and the supposed connection from the West Coast to the Mississippi River. There's this video on YouTube from several years ago of two ex-U.S. Navy SEALs or whatever, and they're on camera, going on record, you can believe them or not, that they say that starting at Monterey Bay off the west coast of California, that there's a undersea connection of tunnels, and that the United States is more like a plate going over the top of an ocean, and that they take submarines all the way into Nevada and then all the way through underneath the plate and come out in the Mississippi River in a freshwater pocket that comes up through the center of the plate, and that they're able to take saltwater subs out in the ocean, bring them into freshwater, and come up and go down the lock and dam canal system of the Mississippi River. This is all a video I watched. I'm like, what the heck? Now you got... Yeah, this is years ago. I saw that video.
So if they can do that maneuver, they should be able to pull off the Antarctic maneuver.
Makes sense. I mean, if there's underground caverns, you can certainly bet that the submarines would use them if they could.
They do biannual exercises up here in the north under the ice with the submarines. Ice X happens every 2 years.
Yeah, off the coast of Alaska and stuff.
Yeah, they're testing to operate under the ice, which means you can't surface. So that's, let's just say that might be getting a boat ready to go do a little bit more developed operations.
Well, yeah, but I'm just thinking of like the size of the ice sheet up there, and like it's essentially a continental sized ice sheet, especially in the winter. and that's what at least what they claim to be there. And if they are traversing that entire thing, that's the same lengths and conditions as what you're speaking about in Antarctica of navigating those lakes and underground rivers and passages through the ice.
I think it's actually more of a psychological test for the crew of training. I assure you that the submarine crew
for sure
wants the ability to on the boat. You know what I'm saying? When you get on a submarine and you go underwater and you have to do your submariner job,
no rescue
everything's
if something
great,
goes wrong.
surface, right? But you take that away, and that crew now has an issue. So I believe the IceX operations, I don't think it's so much about the maneuverability training of tight quarters. It's just simply you can't get up. You still have you have a ceiling now, but you still have your left and right movement. You still have depth that you can go to. You just can't surface willy-nilly anymore. There, you might be able to find a thin spot. Certainly, they do training to puncture through the ice. They do that every training with IceX. But I think it's more of a psychological training for the crew to get acclimated to not being able to surface.
Before I change the subject here and what's up, this star fort, you can see the water of how they have the canals running through. It's like probably 15 different, 10 connections to the outer one going in, and then 3 inner circles. And that this is what, Milano, the city of Milano.
And just so you know, Bernie, in 1994, I was in the subservice.
But then what the heck was what?
Hey, thank you for your service, man. That's got to be a heck of a job to be down in a submarine, man. I mean,
It
Hunt for
wasn't
Red
much
October
of a
makes it look glorious.
It wasn't much of a participation on my side, Dutchsons, to be honest. It was a very peculiar enlistment, which is worthy of other conversations. I learned a lot of weird stuff about what's going on in the world from my short time in the submarine service. But I wound up getting myself out technically. So I don't need any.
You fake claustrophobia or something, right?
That's funny.
Yeah,
Okay, I remember what I wanted to ask.
There's a lot going on under the water that they're not telling us about. You're 1,000% correct. There was technologies that I saw in 1994 that they were apologizing to me for, saying, "Oh, it's an old boat. We have old tech. We're so sorry. We're going to get upfitted." And that was stuff the rest of the world didn't see for 45 years. Touch screens on phones and stuff. You think Steve Jobs invented that? Come on. These everybody out there that's loaded gets handed everything. We pay for it with our tax dollars. Our research and development goes into some program, and then some buddy of some pal gets handed all the info, and then they become indebted to them. And that company now makes shitloads of money, and you think that the outfit that got them started can't dip into that? You think the CIA gets you all set up and then leaves you alone? Yeah, here's your
I heard they never
$1
do.
Yeah, we're never going to touch it. You're never going to do anything for us.
You do everything for us, you mean?
So, Dutch, I wanted to bring up that you made several very interesting and fascinating discoveries over monitoring of these cycles, these energies, as well as the satellites and sensor information feeds over the years. One being the radar, sorry, forgive me, I'm a little tired. Which type of radar was it that causes the tornadoes and the toroidal spinning, as well as all these energy laser beam blasts as well? Oh, Michael, there you go. You're muted.
Oh my God. Okay, hold on. Let me get this can of worms and let me open it up. We've got so much that we could talk about when it comes to this. I could go on for 3 hours. This is where I got into all the trouble. This is where I got my channels shut down. This is where this was the forbidden topic, which is directed energy weapons. It was said to not exist. It was said to be a conspiracy. It was said it couldn't happen. It said it couldn't be done. And I understand.
Pause for 1 sec. Pause for 1 sec. So, because this could get us shot down, and since Zertis isn't here and Campbell left, I'm going to shut down on both of his channels, and we will just be live on my 2 remaining channels. So I will post the links on that and fully continue aspect of it.
The forbidden word, man. The forbidden word. The H word.
Yeah.
Do not say it. It's like Baltimore, but HARP. So, I'm not blaming HARP. HARP is just the go-to word that everybody talks about. Again, HARP is the High Frequency Active Aurora Research Program up in Alaska. Does ionospheric research, and it can heat little pockets in the atmosphere and ionosphere up above HARP. It's not controlling your mind in Australia, and it's not fracturing the Earth in Turkey. Okay, we can rule those things out for HARP, I think, personally. But what I found, this goes back to 2011, and I noticed this quite by accident. This actually started on New Year's Eve of 2010 going into 2011. On New Year's Eve, thousands of animals fell out of the sky. Thousands of birds fell out of the sky in Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas. And they exploded from the inside. They were cooked. They tried to blame it on fireworks at first, but it turns out there was no fireworks done in the area for New Year's. And this was in a rural area in Greenbrier, BB, where they're doing a lot of oil and gas drilling. So I was thinking it could have been something to do with maybe an oil and gas release, maybe some kind of toxic chemical made its way out and the birds inhaled it or something and exploded the birds, burned them inside. I don't know. And within a couple days of that happening, of the birds falling out of the sky, and it was like 10,000 birds. It wasn't just a couple. It was whole towns were covered in birds, guys. It was a lot. And within a couple days, a series of thousands of earthquakes then hit at Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas, right next to where the birds turned up dead on New Year's Eve. So I got a little suspicious or whatever, and I decided to go see if there was any weird weather in the area that could justify all the birds somehow exploding internally, and also explain the earthquakes. Maybe we could find something going on with earthquakes there. Could explain maybe a gas release from the hydrogen sulfide or something coming out of the ground that kill all the birds. So I go to the radar and I go look at Greenbrier, and coming out of the area just north of Greenbrier, BB, Arkansas, right at the NEXRAD radar station, the NEXRAD radar station is pulsing in bright red. It looks like a giant red storm over 500 square miles. It's the whole radar pulsing in a giant ring at once, instead of a beam going around, instead of the rotating dish like you would see from a NEXRAD radar going around. This was one giant pulse coming up from the center of the dish and going out to the perimeter of the radar station, 500 square miles in all directions.
It looked like a flower when it was going
giant
up.
Red signature, looked like a storm. And I made a video on it and put it out. People said I was faking it. He said I must be photoshopping it. And I was like, what? I'm like, here's the link, dude. And they came back and said, no, you're not faking it. You're actually just seeing a switch between clear air mode and precipitation mode. It's nothing. And I said, no, this is staying in precipitation mode the whole time. I'm sorry, it's staying in clear air mode the whole time. They're pulsing this thing, but it's going out all at once. I don't understand how this is happening, because we're talking about a dish that goes around inside of the NEXRAD. It's a microwave dish. Well, what I found out, long story short, within 72 hours of me making that video, a tornado formed and went and hit the center of the transmitter where the pulse came from originally. So birds die. Pulse, I go to check the day later, and there's this pulse happening. There's earthquakes happening there, and then the tornado forms and hits the center of the transmitter. Now, that happened about 1,500 more times at every radar station across the entire country, including Hawaii and Puerto Rico. The earthquakes, the animal deaths, the pulses, and the storm hitting the center of the pulse within 72 hours. Now, what's going on there with the pulse, I found out this has to do with tuning of the klystron, which is a very complex term. The klystron is a tube that's in there that's powering the radar. It's amping up the power, basically, from a little bit of power. When you read the NEXRAD description for the weather radar, it tells you they're using 7 clothing irons worth of power. What a description, right? for the housewives who are reading, I guess that's going to make sense. 7 clothing irons worth of power going in, and then they quote unquote, well, they don't say zap it up, but the klystron zaps it up in a chamber of its own, a separate resonance chamber that increases the power up to 750,000 watts of peak transmission power from the klystron tube. And I found a training video from the National Weather Service last month about how to tune the klystron tube and what frequencies are producing this giant pulse that I was seeing, and we still see. And it turns out that the NEXRAD pulses when they're tuning the klystron in megahertz, not gigahertz. Now this matters. This ties in with HARP. This is how NEXRAD radar rings got the term SLAME HARP rings, because HARP is operating 0 to 10 megahertz at the most, up to 10 megahertz, but they can go lower. HARP can go lower, down in say single megahertz. And NEXRAD is pulsing up to 19 megahertz. Different methods for tuning the klystron depending on which tube you get from who makes the tube. Apparently there's different levels, and it's like 17 megahertz or 19 megahertz. And in the training video, it goes over right down to the very fine point. And in the training video, they say their goal is to create the most output. The guy starts out in the National Weather Service training video. The goal is to achieve the peak power output of 750,000 watts. So what they're doing is they're pulsing. The big pulse, not the beam, but just a big, huge red pulse, is high frequency pulsing. And they're turning the dish all the way up to its highest tilt. Instead of pointing out like this, going around and around, or like this, it's tilted as high as they can get it to get it out as far as it can reach. And the whole dish turns into a high frequency antenna when the klystron is put into its calibration phase, how to calibrate the klystron. And what happens is the NEXRAD dish is as wide as a high frequency antenna would be in your backyard. If you're doing high frequency, a 19 megahertz transmission in your backyard with a shortwave radio, but it's 750,000 watts and it vibrates. And I found, and this is my own findings on HARP, they found that, this isn't my findings, I mean, I found the findings from HARP where they found that the resonance vibrates back and forth for up to 3 days from HARP up in Alaska with 1 billion watt. So this is more like 1 million watt. So it's 1 million times less powerful than HARP. But the NEXRAD radar only has to cover a few hundred square miles around the transmitter where the next one picks up. And it turns out they overlap the stations perfectly. And then we can get into Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden and scalar and what happens when you cross beams. And scalar, scalar when we get into CERN. CERN's doing scalar. CERN over in Switzerland is taking banks of these klystrons, and they'll take a small particle of iron that they strip off like you do with your monoatomic gold. They will strip off a particle of iron. A company does this for them and presents it to them already. They don't do this at CERN. They get basically a version of that, but it's in a powder form. And they shoot a small, tiny particle of iron or whatever using microwaves. Banks of klystrons, hundreds of klystrons hooked up in daisy chain to one another, where they put in a little power, and out the other end comes picowatts, which is an insane amount of energy. And then they have 2 banks of these. One beam goes one way around klystron, or the klystron beam goes one way around CERN this way. The other beam is going this way, and they collide. And where they collide, that's the scalar, and they call it the scalar Higgs boson that they're studying, where they collide the beams and shoot particles together. Same thing's done with the NEXRAD, but it's over a vast distance and it's only 1 million watts, so it creates a tornado instead of ripping the Earth apart.
Yeah, they use electromagnetic resonance when they're doing that. Those cross frequencies are like kilometers.
Look for this, guys. Look for the radar stations to go into pulse mode. All you have to do is look at the non-quality control feed from the NEXRAD, and they censor these out, by the way. They take out the pulses, so you don't see them because they call them anomaly. Quality control, they call it, I'm sorry. Quality control, got to take it out. But if you look for the pulse, watch for the storm to hit within 72 hours. Hail, severe wind, damaging. The Weldon Springs NEXRAD radar here in St. Louis has been wind hit 100 times since I've been watching. 105. And the tornado forms and hits the center of the transmitter in the National Weather Service office when they don't misdirect it. They can totally control it now. So they can stop the tornado as much as they can start it, but do they? usually don't. I've seen that they let it hit the National Weather Service office because they don't want to admit that they're causing the rotation to begin with to come into the center of the rotating transmitter that's transmitting 750. Anyway, that's called harp rings.
Because
I got in big trouble for talking
wouldn't
about
be a conspiracy anymore.
Guess who manages the
And
next red?
it's why you will always.
The U.S. Army. U.S. Army replaces all the components in your NextRad and the U.S. Air Force. At the Air Force Base, it's the Air Force guys. But it's the military. They maintain all the NextRads across the country because it's part of the WSR-88, Ronald Reagan's missile defense system from 1988, when they rolled out the NextRad radar in 88. It wasn't just coincidence. It's freaking Ronald Reagan missile defense, baby. We're shooting down that stuff as fast as we can with the scalar. And so...
Have you considered you were observed directed energy weapons warfare?
The DWO, the Direct Energy Weapons Warfare Office, right? Is that what you're talking about?
Oh, I'm saying what you witnessed. Have you considered that you were simply observing directed energy weapons warfare?
Oh yeah, definitely. It could even be that our radar stations.
It's a battle. That's what they're fighting each other. There's people fighting each other with directed energy weapons.
There could be a third party up above punking our radar. I've proposed this, that it might not be us causing the tornado to come to our transmitter at all, that it could be either from an outside source